people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owed $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Month Firm at 4450 Arapahoe Avenue, Suite 100, Boulder, Colorado is responsible for the advertising material in this ad. On December 30th, 2021, a wildfire known as the Marshall Fire started in Boulder County and grew to become the most destructive wildfire in Colorado history. Marshall Fire victims are frequently discovering they are underinsured and do not have the money needed to rebuild. If your insurance company failed to give you the support you expected or deserve, call now.
Call 800-859-8223. That's 800-859-8223.
It's hard to read the news lately. I find so much news to be one-sided or driven by a political angle. It was frustrating. Then I found a source I could trust. The Denver Gazette. The Denver Gazette offers real news, tells you what's really going on, and reports the facts. How crazy is that? Quality news, factual reporting, and a great resource for local events, sports, and weather. Check it out at denvergazette.com.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
I'm Pinpoint Weather meteorologist Carly Cassidy. The forecast. Got a nice and even warm start to the holiday weekend. Mid-50s this afternoon, plenty of sunshine, and just a light southwest wind.
When most people think of the Salem witch trials, they think of Arthur Miller's play, The Crucible. But the truth of what happened is a lot more complicated than Broadway. We'll have that story. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Available everywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Not guilty pleas this morning from the 5 former Memphis police officers charged in the beating death of Tyree Nichols. This was the first time all 5 appeared in person.
There are also a seemingly growing number of police officers and firefighters who've either been fired or suspended. There are 3 fire department personnel and 1 additional police officer who have also lost their jobs because of their alleged roles in this incident. That police officer is accused of lying to investigators, and 2 current sheriff's deputies and 7 additional police officers are also under investigation.
It's ABC's Steve Osunsami. 2 Jewish men in Los Angeles were apparently targeted in 2 shootings in 2 days while leaving synagogues. A suspect is in custody. The victims are recovering. A second day of problems at New York City's JFK Airport. Terminal 1 that handles international flights still closed because of a power outage. This is ABC News. Another deadly incident involving police, this one in Louisiana, where Alonzo Bagley died after he was shot by police who were responding to a call about a possible domestic disturbance.
Alexandra Tyler and a fellow Shreveport officer approached Bagley, who jumped from a balcony and ran.
Hey!
Less than a minute later, body-worn camera video shows Bagley coming through a breezeway toward Tyler. And he was shot in the chest.
Come on, you're good. You're good, bro. Stay away.
23-year-old Alexander Tyler has now been charged with negligent homicide. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Stay with me, man. Stay with me.
Another miracle rescue in Turkey, 261 hours after the devastating earthquake that's blamed for more than 42,000 deaths. 2 more men have been pulled alive from the rubble. Carnival in Brazil back in its full glittery glory today. About 46 million people expected to attend in Rio. Brian Clark, ABC News.
In 2016, in the midst of a combative presidential election, a dangerous militia group was forming in a small city in Kansas, and they had a dangerous mission. They were plotting an attack, one that could have killed hundreds if it hadn't been stopped. I'm Dick Lear. I'm a journalist who dug deep to figure out how this attack was thwarted, and it led me to one man, Dan Day.
I truly believe that God put me there at the right time.
He became an informant for the FBI and risked everything to do what he thought was right.
Ask yourself, would you be willing to do what he did?
Truth and Lies, The Informant, a 5-part series from ABC Audio. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The handler of the Jefferson County K-9 that was shot and killed by a suspect on the Colorado School of Mines campus this week is remembering his partner. Graffiti went into a wooded area to locate an armed suspect when he was shot and killed. Deputy Zach Oliver tells Fox 31 he and Graffiti were inseparable.
It's my partner, and it's not just mine, it's my whole department's partner. He's been on calls for many of us, and he sacrificed himself so that me and my partners didn't get killed.
Oliver says tougher laws are needed in Colorado when it comes to people who kill police canines. Denver's district attorney will not pursue charges against a man who shot and killed a 12-year-old boy during an attempt to steal his car. The man tracked the car using an app, and someone inside the car fired at him as he approached. He fired back and wounded the 12-year-old, who drove away from the area before he was found by police. Prosecutors say no charges will be filed because they are not sure they could convince a jury to convict the man. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Woodley's Fine Furniture.
Busy Friday morning driving throughout the Denver Metro as we start that 10 o'clock hour. I-25 northbound before 6th Avenue. A crash remains in the 2 left lanes with stop-and-go traffic back from the Downing Street overpass. For folks heading north to the downtown area, you'll have to add about 17 minutes extra to your commute. West from there, I-70 westbound at Kipling Street. A recent accident has been all cleared up. Still seeing slow traffic back from Wadsworth. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies, starting a trend of warm weather for the next few days or so. High of 47 degrees today, overnight low of 23. Tomorrow, high of 49. The current temperature in Denver is 32 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in handcrafted Colorado-made furniture, custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture in Colorado than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
Need to sell your home on your schedule? Lock in a guaranteed cash offer from Orchard and start the new year with another celebration. Here's how. Before Orchard, selling your home was a long, stressful process. But with Orchard's cash offer, you can forget about showings, listings, even upgrades. Don't worry about waiting weeks, even months for your home to sell. Orchard's cash offer guarantees the sale of your home and enables you to sell when you're ready. Orchard can save you even more time and money by recommending and taking care of costly repairs and specific home improvements. And to back me up, here's another 5-star review. This one's from Matt. It's hard to put into words how great our experience with Orchard was. First, their cash offer exceeded our expectations. Second, we sold our home with them for well above that price. Orchard gives you the certainty that your house will sell without all the hassles of selling it. Get a free, no-obligation, guaranteed cash offer from Orchard. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Sponsored by Guy Rees.
Brighten your home and save 10% on Benjamin Moore paint by joining the Guy Rees loyalty program. Stop by a store or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up today. Guy Rees, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, and I mean that. Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, and my goodness, make your life just a little bit better. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. This is a show for you. We use the power of the media for 40 years now, the power of the media to go after the bad guys, those bad contractors that take money and do nothing, the bad automotive guys. And speaking of which, little dig at my friends in studio. Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech, Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. Welcome, gentlemen.
Welcome. Thank you.
How are you guys doing?
Busy.
Yeah, busy is like real busy.
We're real busy, and the parts team has got everything slowed up where everything takes longer, so you can't rotate vehicles, so it takes longer to get people in.
So they're stuck in the bays, and the bays make money.
And you're scheduling farther and farther out just so you can satisfy the people you have there in order to get the next guy in.
You would think this supply chain issue would be somewhat handled by now. I don't even know what it is. I guess when China is still having issues, but I thought they finally opened up 100%, but I'm not going to pretend to know. But I really thought it would get fixed by now, and it's not just automotive. There's a lot of supply chain issues still.
And the dealer projections, the manufacturer's projections, we should see something that's similar to normal sometime around March of 2024.
And that's probably when the car prices will come back in line to where you're paying a normal price. By the way, if you've been ripped off or taken advantage of, 303-713-8255. Give me something to sink my teeth into. I love going after the bad guys. I love exposing bad people, bad companies. That's what I love to do. I do want to talk about real quick Tesla. So a couple things, guys. You guys are car guys, so I want your input. When you have a recall, they have a recall of 362,758 vehicles. Now, I have one of those vehicles. You know what the recall is? It's a software update. And while you're driving down the road or when you parked and you're plugged in, it updates. There's nothing to it. I hate the fact they call it a recall, because what it did to the stock yesterday when it first came out, and the NTSA, isn't that who does it? The NTSA announced it, the stock dropped, but once everybody figured out it was a simple software update, it goes away. I mean, to me, that kind of drives me crazy. But here's what the software update is, and it brings up some interesting questions. One, and it was a voluntary recall, by the way. And once again, it's full self-driving beta software. It's called the FSD beta. So in Tesla's line, if you're a really good driver, according to Tesla, it's got to be according to Tesla, not speeding ticket-wise, but they monitor everything, and they agree, if you want to get into their beta, that they can monitor everything you do in that car, everything. How fast you drive, where you drive, what time you drive, how you drive, you name it, they know it. If you're a good driver, according to them, for an additional $195 a month, or when you're buying a new Tesla, you can purchase it for $15,000 a one-time cost. So for that additional money, you have the FSD beta, which means more than anything, when you're in town, you can put it on autopilot. I mean, pretty much on autopilot. Now, you're still required to hold onto the steering wheel and pay attention. So I guess there's been a couple accidents where the car comes in town to a stoplight, and let's say it's a left-hand only lane. The car goes straight instead of left for whatever reason, I don't even know. And it's caused some accidents. I'm not sure if it's caused any deaths. But what's curious is two things, and tell me what you think. Let's say the car does something in this beta mode, and you pay for it, and you run over somebody. The car runs over somebody. The beta software runs over someone. Now, do you sue Tesla? Do you sue the driver? Do you sue all of them? What do you guys think? And then I'll tell you what I think.
Well, of course they're going to sue everybody. I mean, that's standard procedure. You know, you go for the deepest pockets. But
you definitely go for the deepest pockets, but Tesla makes it, and I own one. They make you understand fully this is not a self-driving car. You have to be paying attention. You have to have your hand on the wheel, because if you don't have your hand on the wheel for a while, it'll literally just say, you know what? I'm done driving for you.
Did you see the video in California? She's driving down the highway sleeping.
Oh, I've seen a ton of them.
Yeah.
And what people do to trick it is they tape something to the wheel to give it weight. because then it thinks it's a hand. I don't know if the software updates have solved that, but I disagree. First of all, you go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff. Jeff Vick.
Yeah, you definitely have to sue everybody involved.
Okay, here's my theory. I do not think Tesla's been sued one time for any of this, and I'll tell you why. Because they make it so clear. But beyond that, you would have to take Tesla to federal court, and it would cost so much money. And the end game, I don't think there's any money there because they're not driving. They're saying, hey, we've got driver assist like every other vehicle. I don't care if it's Hyundai, Ford, Chevy. We've got driver assist. We're not fully autonomous. We don't say we're fully autonomous. We might do a better job at it than anybody else, but we make sure every driver agrees that they will be paying attention, keep their hands on the wheel, and ready to take over at any second. So I don't see them winning.
Well, if you stick to it long enough, you can get $1 million for a cup of coffee. So I wouldn't say that's not possible.
Well, it's definitely possible. I just find it curious. But what do you think about that recall? Do you think that's a little shady when it's a software update, unlike a Ford or Chevy or a Honda airbag deal?
It's a CYA legalese thing. They're calling it a recall. They recognize it. They're making sure everybody knows about it. They're doing something about it instead of trying to pull the wool over everybody's eyes and do it in the middle of the night.
Would you want a car that self-drives? Let's say it's safe, everything's cool.
No.
I would. God, I'd love it. I wish my Model S did. I wish it did drive 100% by itself.
I like driving when I drive, so I don't need it to drive for me.
God, I can't believe either of you. Well, I guess, I don't know, you're in the industry.
If I get to the age of Doc, then maybe. You know, there's a little bit more liability on the road that way.
Maybe. All right, folks, let's get to the phone. 303-713-8255. John, what is going on with you today? John.
Yes. I am here, sir. I have a 2004 X5 BMW.
2004 BMW X5.
3.0. I always take to the dealership or take to the Auto Works of Colorado. This time I called Christian Brothers.
Hey, John, I'm sorry. What dealership do you take it to? I missed that.
Auto Works of Colorado. There is a they work on German cars and.
Are they a BMW dealer or do they just work on German cars or what?
No. I take to the dealership, but sometime I take to this Auto Works of Colorado.
Oh, okay. Keep going, man. I just have a little trouble understanding you. So what happened?
Okay, call Christian Brothers and I asked them, do you ever work on BMW or any other cars, German cars? They said, yeah, we work on BMW, we work on what is called Audi, those cars.
They work on imports. Okay, so what happened? You went to Christian Brothers.
Yeah, I have a problem because as soon as the cars start heating up hot, but the needles, none of the needles go. It's always the same thing. But
so what happens when it heats up? Does it turn off? Does it overheat and you stop it? What happens?
No, it won't overheat. Nothing you can see, but it's saying on the dashboard. It says check your antifreeze or check your fluid level.
So it's saying the coolant level's low.
Yes.
Okay.
Then I open, when it cool down, then I add some coolant to it.
So I assume you probably have a leak because the coolant shouldn't be getting low all the time.
That is what I am coming to. I don't have a drop of leak on the floor. I cannot see in the
yeah,
garage.
okay, I get that. So, but if you had a bad head gasket, you might not see, for example, fluid on the ground, right, guys?
Correct. That is what I'm coming to.
Okay, we'll come to it.
I take to them. They said, we see some residue on the thermostat.
Yeah.
Thermostat had a little housing on it. So they sent me a picture showing that there is some coolant here and there.
Okay, hold on a second. I got to take this break. I'm starting to follow this. You brought it to Christian Brothers because it was losing coolant. The coolant light was coming on. You'd add coolant. You don't see any on the ground. You bring it there, and they find a problem with either the thermostat or the thermostat housing. We'll pick that up right after this, 303-713-8255. 8255, we got an issue with King Soopers coming up and an HVAC complaint. Hang tight. We'll be right back.
That's good, Mark.
For peace of mind, ring the bell. Bell Plumbing and Heating.
Winter's just around the corner, and Bell Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical wants to be sure you're prepared. Bell has been providing friendly professional services for Denver area families since 1926, ensuring your home is comfortable and efficient. And for a limited time, Bell is offering $500 off the installation of a new furnace. That's a hot deal. Learn more at bellplumbing.com.
For peace of mind, ring the bell. Bell Plumbing and Heating.
Okay, let me tell you about John Fuller, Fuller Law. I love this guy. John has helped Suzanne and I out when our daughter was in an accident on I-25, and man, we couldn't have got a better outcome for that. Thank God she was okay, but he got all the medical bills paid, got some pain and suffering. In fact, he got the cap of the insurance from the other company, and he also helped us when a lady T-boned us running through a red light. If you want the best attorney out there, take it from me, John Fuller. You're going to be dealing with a good small firm, and I say that in a great way. You're going to be dealing with the attorney himself anytime you want to. You know, it's not true the bigger they are, the better when it comes to law firms. There's absolutely no truth to that whatsoever. You become a cog. You become just another number. You become cherry-picked. You want someone that is going to take your case and fight for you, and that is my friend John Fuller. John Fuller can be reached at 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500, or My Accident Lawyer can be your accident lawyer at myaccidentlawyer.co. Now let's talk about Frank Duran, the real estate man. I always say this, how I love thee. First of all, he's the nicest guy I ever met. But, man, he sneaks up on you if you're on the other side. If he's negotiating a contract or a purchase price or the sale of your house, he's going to sneak up and he's going to get you the maximum dollars or save you the maximum amount. He'll also give you a free assessment on your house at any time and give you the actual value. Call my friend up, frankduranhomes.com. Go to frankduranhomes.com.
Does your kitchen or bath or windows or doors need help? Well, way back in the 80s, my dad, Dan Cicchini, did the first radio ad for Dunright Kitchens, Baths, Windows, and Doors. He said, and I quote, "Started the company with a philosophy that was drilled into me by my dad when I was a kid, and that is, if you're gonna do it right or don't bother," unquote. Well, this is Todd Cicchini, and having grown up with that philosophy, it's now my responsibility to pass it on to the third generation of our family working at Dunright, and all the other folks.
All you can shoot is the white.
Only white. Why is that? An abundancy?
Yeah, and the reason the numbers are so huge is they don't feed like the regular bees do. They'll actually scoop up and uproot. So they're destroying the wetlands areas up north. So for the last several years,
I really wish I could hear what Jeff is saying.
What? Who? Kevin?
Are they good eatings?
Jeff.
Oh, Jeff, what's going on?
No, I said I can't hear him.
Yeah, do you
He's
see how
just
far
down
back
low.
he is from the mic?
Yeah, he's just down low. I get it.
you can use electronic calls instead of just mechanical calls. There's absolutely no limit.
What do you mean, no more?
You just do it.
So the plane stopped.
It's no time, AG, no time.
Oh my God! Here's some woman yelling that her baby.
Oh my
stuck
God!
in the plane.
Because they're looking for a big party.
You're lying. Oh my God! Wow, he must have been so messed
Yeah.
up from this for so long. That's crazy.
Kevin, Jeff, Mark,
So
and
big
Doc.
game being what?
Elk, deer, moose.
Is there ever mountain lion or no? Oh, there is.
Throughout the elk and deer season, you can get a mountain lion tag.
We've always been in you guys' world. You just don't know.
You have to have a special certification in order to hunt.
Why is that?
Because they want you to be able to identify the cats and whatnot. It's simple, just identification.
Instead of accidentally shooting what? Is someone's kitten?
Well, no, it's because shoot a female instead of a tom.
Oh, I got you.
Was he on a business trip? Or?
How about bobcats? They ever do those?
Yeah. I think they're still open right now.
Bear?
There's a lot of bobcat and bear.
Yeah, why would you want to?
But bear's off now because they're hibernating, right?
Well, yeah.
They've
got the home season, and then they also run collisions.
Why would you want to kill a bobcat?
Just population.
Only time I'm not in you guys' world is when I'm sitting in there with them.
Really?
How about what do you call them? Coyotes. Year round. They don't care about coyotes.
Hi, I'm the problem. It's me.
Yeah, they're not popping coyotes in Denver.
So cute.
Different kinds of coyotes.
And then I am aware. She sent me a T-shirt, T-Swish T-shirt. I'm gonna wear it to John Mayer's show just to show him.
Shot can't be the problem.
Yeah.
It's going to be cute.
He's supposed to haze them.
John Mayer is the jerk in that. You know it. She was only 19, Shannon. He should have known better. Didn't mess with
Used
her.
to be. I remember back in the day, used to sell the ears to the sheep herders.
Well, she's like a TV
Really?
back then. She got better reception with her legs in the air.
Oh my goodness. So that what was it, who was that that married his daughter, Woody Allen or somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's it to you?
It wasn't nothing to me.
Uh-huh. Well, let me tell you, John Mayer messed with the wrong girl.
Smart. I mean, as soon as they
Who was that? Who'd he mess with you?
Taylor Swift. And I'm wearing Taylor Swift's
Oh.
T-shirt to his
Mess with the wrong
concert.
20 women. Here we go.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
All right, 303-713-8255. One line open. I got to tell you about something. Paul the Waterman. If you haven't heard this, his special right now is unbelievable. You can get a whole house water softener, and you can get a filtration system at half price if you get it. So the bottom line is for less than $2,500. For less than $2,500, you're getting a full system, and you're getting the on-demand water tap at your kitchen or wherever you want it for less than $2,500. And I'm going to tell you this, and I'm not kidding. His competition sells that same setup for up to $8,000. I am not kidding whatsoever, up to $8,000. Save the money. Go with the guy we trust. 303-862-5554. It's waterpros.net. Paul the Waterman, and put it this way, it's the best for less. Now, we're going to go directly back to the phones. We do have one line open, 303-713-8255. And we've got an issue with Christian Brothers. We're going to find out where it's going. But the bottom line is he brings his BMW into Christian Brothers. It's losing coolant. And I think where we're at right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they told you it needs either a thermostat, John, or it needs some kind of housing. Is that correct?
Yeah, thermostat in their housing, so they want to replace that.
Okay.
They charged me. They did a coolant system pressure test.
Yep.
And they find out the leak is there.
How much was the charge altogether?
They charged me $1,039.58.
And that was for the diagnosis and replacing the thermostat housing and thermostat, I assume.
Yeah, there's some replace some drive belt or something.
And I would guess, and I'm just saying this, and I'll let you finish because I'm sure the experience goes bad. But guys, that doesn't seem out of line for a BMW.
No, BMWs are pricey.
Yeah. So what happened? You got it back. I mean, there's a reason you're calling.
Second day, I bring the car home, and the same thing happened. Again, this light come on. Then they said maybe the sensor. Then I take it back. The third time I take it back to them. They replaced the sensor, and after that, the light didn't come on.
Hey, John. John, did they charge you extra money for that sensor? How much, or was that part of the $1,039 still?
Well, they didn't charge me extra. No.
Okay, good. So then what happens?
Okay, then I come home. The light never come on, so I wanted to check it, cool down a little bit. Same thing. I got to add the coolant to it. I asked them, you didn't fix anything. You charged me almost more than $1,000.
Wait a minute. So they did the sensor, they did the housing for the thermostat and the thermostat. So what ultimately is the issue? If it's still coming on, what are they telling you now?
Till the same thing happened, the coolant low on the radiator, then I had to add the coolant.
I understand that, but what's the problem? Have you figured out what's going on? Where's the coolant going?
No. They said they can do only that much.
Okay, there's a couple things here. Honestly, you should get it over to Kevin at Sheridan Auto Tech so he can figure out where the coolant's going. Then if we find out it's a different issue and you didn't need that stuff, then we can look at going after Christian Brothers and getting you a refund. But I also fear this, and I want you guys to chime in. If they have a problem of overheating, any vehicle for that matter, or almost any vehicle, you might have an initial problem of a hole in a radiator, or a radiator hose, or a housing leaking, or a thermostat stuck, and that is a legitimate issue.
Sure.
You fix that issue, but when you overheated the car, you possibly warped the head, if it's an aluminum head, or took out a head gasket, which could be a lingering issue.
Or in an 04 vehicle, you could have more than one leak.
Oh, you could have multiple leaks and something else going on.
So
he already said that they sent him photographic evidence that he was leaking at that housing.
So,
sir, I don't believe that is really...
Well, John, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. What you need to do is get it somewhere so we can get an actual diagnosis and figure out why it's leaking. What area are you in?
Who is your suggestion? Who do I take?
What area are you in?
I am in Lakewood, Colorado.
Okay.
80227.
Then I would take it over to Sheridan Auto Tech. That's exactly where I would take it.
Sheridan Auto Tech.
Yeah, and it's SheridanAutoTech.com. Kevin, just for a cooling system pressure check, well, you know they already did it.
Mm-hmm.
And am I understanding it right, though, John? When you brought it back and the light was on again, they basically wiped their hands of it. They said, we can't find it, we're done.
That is right.
See, I don't like that part.
No, that's difficult.
That part's a little hard to swallow. We charged you for this, and you're still having the same exact problem, but we're sorry, we're done, we're stuck.
Well, he said the last time the light didn't even come back on after they fixed his sensor.
Well, that's weird. Maybe it's not plugged in.
Maybe it's not
the
even...
light is not there because they didn't put the sensor correctly.
Okay.
They put the sensor correctly, the light will come on.
Okay.
You know, some of these shops, and I'll be honest, and I owned 5 shops at one point around town, 5 Goodyear stores. I did get, as an owner, I got over my head sometimes, and what I mean by that is I would take a car in, I was not set up with the right technician. And we've all done it. Anybody in the industry has done it. Or you take a car in and you're like, oh, we're going to do an engine swap or something. You're just not set up for that in some circumstances. I do not think Christian Brothers is set up for some stuff like a head gasket. Maybe I'm wrong.
They just started about 6 months ago. The owner is never been experienced any of this. The technicians are not.
You know what? I would like to get a comment from them just on that part, Suzanne. So I want you, John, I really do want, I'll have Doc do it, or let's have Doc reach out, ask John what Christian Brothers location. I would just like to understand if they would like to come on the air, first of all, and explain why they're wiping their hands of it. Now, I'll tell you a good reason. I'll give you one good reason if they are, but I think they should have possibly refunded the guy, not knowing everything, is, hey, we are over our heads. We don't know what it is. Or we do know what it is. It's a head gasket, and we ain't going to touch it.
We get that a lot, though. I mean, we get diagnostic from places that shouldn't be looking at.
Yeah, like a Jiffy Lube for that. You know, anybody.
And a lot of the chains, they'll do the basic tune-up. They'll do a coolant flush. They spend $1,500 and then hand you the keys back.
And still have the exact issue.
And still have the same problem. But they did all the maintenance stuff while they were there.
No, we had one just the other day. Yeah. So, John, here's what I want you to do. I'm putting you on hold. I want you to give Suzanne the phone number to Christian Brothers, the owner's name, the manager's name, whatever you have over there. We're going to have Deputy Doc call over. Suzanne, I would like for you to call up and just see if they'd like to come on the air first about it, and if not, hand it off to Doc off air. But I think it would be good to hear exactly why they didn't do it. And then I want him to head over to your place. And what does that typically cost, diagnostic-wise, Kevin?
You know, since he's already been through the ringer, we'll look at it for him.
Oh, John, you're not going to beat that. So Kevin's going to diagnose it 100% for free, and then if we've got to go after Christian Brothers, we'll have the proper documentation, and we'll have guns loaded. You got it?
Yes, sir.
All right, hold tight, man. We've got an action plan. We've got action. 303-713-8255. Now, we've got a ton going on throughout the show. I'll try to do updates, like hopefully Deputy Doc or Suzanne gets that company on. If you're new to the show, we always give the company the opportunity to come on when they're talked about. I don't know if these people did anything wrong, but I do not like the fact that they kind of wiped their hands of it, according to the caller. Now, Michael's got a complaint with King Soopers. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, hey, I hope we'll take this as a PSA, public service announcement, with everything as crazy as society is. So I go to Soopers today. I'm disabled, my knees and some other things with my legs. So it's obvious I'm walking pretty hard, and I'm in a lot of pain today. And so I go into Soopers to shop, looking at markdowns. I run into another woman doing markdowns, and there's a lot. There's a lot of markdowns. So good time shopping. I go into line. There was a sign that said chicken breast, boneless, and it didn't say skinless. But
now hold on,
anyways,
hold on 1 second. I'm curious. When you're in line, you're not back at the meat counter. You're in line. You're in line to check out, and you see this sign.
No, I'm back at the meat counter.
Oh, okay, I got you. So you're back at the meat counter. You see a sign for chicken breast on sale.
Right, 99 cents. No date on it. No ending date.
Oh, wait a minute. You're talking the actual. Wait. You're talking the actual package of chicken breasts.
No, it's a sign on the barge that's holding the stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep going.
I mean, you just reach in and grab the stuff.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, so I mean, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because we're all looking at going, wow, that's a great deal.
Yeah, that is cheap for chicken breasts. Hold on, though, Michael. I'm going to come to you right after this. I got to take this break, and I want to give you plenty of time to tell people what's going on. 303-713-8255. Well, I'll tell you, when a line's open. And Sandra, HVAC problem, and another towing issue coming up. We got a lot to handle. Hold tight.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Some slow spots throughout the Denver Metro to even out your 10 o'clock hour into downtown. I-25 northbound before 6th Avenue. A recent accident has been all cleaned up. We're still seeing stop-and-go traffic back from the Downing Street overpass. North from there, I-25 southbound showing its normal late-morning slowdowns between I-70 and Spear. Northeast from there into Commerce City, I-270 westbound. Slow traffic between I-25 and Vasquez. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, sunny out there today. Significantly warmer than yesterday with a high of 47 degrees, and that's starting a trend for the rest of the week. We're seeing highs in the upper 40s to lower 50s throughout the rest of the week. Current temperature is 37 degrees with your Impact Traffic and Weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Doesn't it seem these days, everywhere you look, there's a drag queen? This week on Red Pilled America, we ask the question, why are drag queens so popular? Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or anywhere you get podcasts. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
All right, Rich and Lisa Harris, they own the Harris Family Law Firm. These guys are great. They have guidance and wisdom, strength, peace of mind. If you're going through a divorce, they have what they call a early neutral assessment, or if you're thinking of a divorce, they'll actually paint a picture of what everything looks like, whether it's financial, who's going to have the children. They'll give you an idea what your divorce would actually look like before you even start getting divorced. Call these guys up. There's so many great attorneys down there, 25 years in the business, more than 25 attorneys, 250 years of collective experience in family law. 303-515-5000. Ask them about the early neutral assessment. 303-515-5000. The Art of Granite. Gosh, Suzanne and I had our upstairs bathroom done, had our laundry room done, had a downstairs bathroom done, new cabinets. We had granite in most of the areas. I think we did a little marble downstairs. But, man, you want the best-looking, most beautiful countertops and cabinets. Your place is the Art of Granite. You can find them at theartofgranite.com. They can even give you estimates over the phone. Theartofgranite.com.
This year is the year to learn.
I did not hear any of that call. You're going to have to explain what I'm calling about.
Just say we have John.
Then he's going to come back with a bunch of technical stuff.
All right, have Doc call.
No, but I have a deputy gearhead I already want to try. He wants to be called deputy gearhead.
Yeah, I just want to make sure they don't want to come on the air and talk about John's problem.
Charge him $1,000 for a coolant leak.
$1,000 for coolant leak.
That is, and then
he doesn't think he needed it.
He does well, but it still has the same problem, and they're just like, we don't know what to do.
They didn't solve their problem, and they're washing the hands of.
Okay, that's all I didn't solve the problem.
Did he even know who he talked to there, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
And his name I got his name wrong. It's not John.
What is it?
Don.
Doesn't sound like a John or a Don.
No, I wouldn't have guessed that. You're talking about coyote hunting. The first time I went, my brother-in-law parks his pickup out, and he lived up.
Hey, Suzanne is. Can you hear me?
Playing the rabbit tape.
Can she hear me?
Truck, you know, and we got out there right around
Shannon.
Shannon.
I hear you.
No moon that night.
Is YouTube working okay? I haven't even looked, bro.
It seems like it's perfect.
The audio's picking up from the home studio.
It seems like it's perfect, Mark. You guys don't want to hear me?
No, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, you're listening to that?
No, I just did it now.
Oh, okay.
Just to show you.
No, I'm talking the audio because the audio is actually coming from the home studio.
We got a little complaint about your all shop, and I wondered if I could talk to the manager or Dan about it. Apparently Dan knows about this problem.
They come in, and I mean, there was times, I mean, we're literally handguns.
Okay, thank you.
You know, we have gotten complaints on Christian Brothers, but I can't say we've gotten a ton. And most of the complaints we had, one was a transmission rebuild, and one was an engine. Blizzard warning in the forecast for the next month or so.
That's the kind of flux they fly around in.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they settle in and destroy.
Yeah.
But if you think the dark geese are a problem.
That actually does look like a snowstorm.
Yeah. I mean, this is the kind of groups of the white geese fly. Wow.
So, Kevin, what's the average wait time if somebody brings a car in for you to give it the once over?
The Arctic, right?
He doesn't have his phones on till he... What's the average wait time at your place right now for a diagnostic? Tuesday, Wednesday, if they went in today. Or he wouldn't even want... About 2 days out.
Yeah, a couple, 2-3 days.
Actually, he said, you know, for YouTube listeners only, he's willing to open up the shop on Saturday and meet him there, right?
I dare him to open up the shop on Saturday and meet me. I'll feed him all day.
Buy one, get three free on tires.
No, that's Al.
That's Al, yeah.
That's Pro Auto Care. Buy one tire, get a free transmission and 3 tires.
Help him better.
We'll get you a coupon for Kimmer transmission.
I know you guys don't do it, but I used to in my Castle Rock store. My $9.95 oil change. I mean, pump the business through that place like you wouldn't believe. And we never sold any bullshit. But let me tell you, you get to look at a car that's 4 years old for $9.95. I swear to God, there's real shit wrong with it.
He was telling, sir, he has such a heavy accent.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I didn't in other markets. In Montbello, that fucking, I never sold shit. I quit running them down there. Lakewood wasn't too bad. Castle Rock wasn't bad. But DTC never fucking worked. And Montbello did not work at all.
Clients don't care if it's $9.99.
Hang on.
If it's $59.99.
Yeah. Sorry about that. John Matthews.
In Castle Rock, here's the other thing. There's no, even if they need a bunch of stuff, you organize it. All you really want to do is get that average ticket.
Yep.
You know, car count plus average ticket was my business.
Yeah, you're not on live radio and you're not being recorded.
No, you never, because you'll never sell it. You say here. Go from there. All right, 303-713. 8255, we've got a ton going on. Suzanne's actually talking to Christian Brothers. We're going to see if they come on the air, or at least get their side of the story. So, John, I'm going to keep you on hold for a little bit. We got a game plan together for you. I'm going to go back to Michael. He was in King Soopers. He's back in the meat aisle at King Soopers, and he's looking around the deli, and there's a bin of chicken, and the sign says 99 cents a pound. So what happens from there, Michael?
Yeah, so it's raw chickens.
I get you.
Yeah. So anyway,
I didn't think it was alive.
Yeah, right. Well, you said the deli, so I just wanted.
Oh, I got you. I got you. Yeah, you're right. It's not like they're fried chicken. I dig. Go ahead.
Right. So then I go up to check out. Now I got a lot of stuff.
And you mentioned you don't walk very well.
You're right. So, and that's a big store where I was. So I go up to the self checkout and I buy a couple bags. Because I got a lot of stuff. Usually I don't, but I buy the reusable ones, and I start filling up, and I get the chicken, and it doesn't come up with the 99 cents. I total it out because sometimes you gotta pay now to get that price, right?
So,
anyways,
so how much did they come up as?
Well, they came up full price, $16.99 or whatever it was.
So they came up full price. So what did you? So what did you do?
Regular. So, yeah. So, anyways, I told the cashier lady, and she was very nice. I said, "This is wrong. I need you to check into this." I used to work for Kroger, so I know. I said, "I don't understand why Kroger still has these problems. For years, they've had this problem. They don't fix it." And communication. So this other woman that works here comes over, and she goes, "There's no chicken on sale like that." Blah, 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 blah. Called me a liar. And I say...
So she goes after you. This other woman comes up, and she's going after you saying, "There's no sign, you're lying."
Right. And she works there. So I said, "Go look," several times. She's calling.
Did you bring her back and show her, or you don't want to go back there because you don't walk very well?
Right, it's a long walk, and I'm taking pain. I'm taking some meds after I talk to you. Okay, I'm hurting.
Okay, I dig.
My rehab. So, anyways, I'm there, and she's calling me a liar several times. I tell her she's on the phone talking to somebody in the meat department. So I'm saying, "Oh, they're going to grab those signs." So I know I worked there before, not this store, but other Krogers. So I go back there, and I'm hobbling like crazy, but I'm determined to get that damn sign. I grab it. I go back. When I get back there, the manager's there. Okay? Now, I'm not looking for sympathy. I've been living in my van for 6 years, okay? So,
okay.
And I'm doing
I got
good.
It, man. Homeless, you're not walking well.
I look a little rough.
Okay.
Well, I tell him I used to work for Kroger because he's giving me a hard time.
I got you. Was the sign back there, though? Let's kind of stay on task. Was the sign back there?
I got it, but I want you to understand, he looks down at me like, "You work for Kroger?"
Oh.
I'm just trying to tell you.
He was giving you the stink eye.
Yeah.
Got it.
So that's why I'm bringing it up. So anyway, so I kind of started giving him a hard time. Now, I'm a little voice. I speak loud. I'm doing that now.
I don't believe it. But keep going.
Yeah. So anyway, I wasn't swearing.
You seem more like you, you walk with a feather but hit with a hammer, something like that. But anyhow, so what happened?
Yeah. So anyways, I just let them know, and finally they kept saying, "Well, we took it off," and I'm like, "Yeah, but what are you saying? Is it free?"
So now there's no sign, and it should be free.
Well, I showed him the sign.
Okay.
So
Michael, a couple things. One, what ultimately happened? Because I'm curious.
Well, they finally took it off, but my point being...
Wait, when you say took it off, when you say took it off, they took off what? They took off the sign?
No, the full price of the chicken.
Did they give it to you for the 99 cents?
Well, that's what I kept asking. I said, "We'll be done when she charges me for it," and they just kept saying, "We're taking it off." They would not say it's free. I made them say it was free.
So what happened? Did you leave with it?
Yeah, I left with it.
So you left with it. Now wait a minute. I'm liking this. So just to paint this real quick, you walk in. You don't walk good. I want to mention that to people. So you get to the back. You see a sign for chicken for 99 cents. You walk all the way back up to the front. You're cashing out. It's $16.99, and you're like, "This is crazy. It's supposed to be 99 cents." The one woman comes up to you and says, "You're crazy. There's no sign like that." And you go back and you show them the sign. The manager's looking down on you. Can't believe you ever worked for King Soopers. Probably because you look a little rugged. You live in your van. Then they take it off, so they didn't charge you for it, and you leave with the chicken. That's where we're at right now, right?
That's correct.
All right, hold on. I'm dying to figure out where this goes. So everybody hold tight. This is what we call in the biz a tease.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Some busy driving throughout the Denver Metro to close out that 10 o'clock hour into downtown. I-25 northbound showing speeds in the 20s and 30s between Alameda and Colfax. Just north of there, I-25 southbound regular slowdowns between I-70 and Spear. Up on the northeast end, I-270 westbound, some normal congestion approaching Vasquez. And further east, Pena Boulevard southbound slowdowns continue through road construction between Tower Road and 56th. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today, warming up significantly after yesterday with a high of 47 degrees. Overnight low of 23. Tomorrow partly cloudy but even warmer with a high of 49. The current temperature is 37 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
He's been called the Vincent van Gogh of acting, and he was a leading man in the classic film The Godfather. We'll have the story of John Cazale. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, finally, a company for all your septic system needs. I love the name of it, too. Boonstra's his last name. Boonstra Excavation. He can repair any problem, any problematic issue with your septic system. He can install a new one, including the pumps, the floats, the repairs of all sorts. You name it. If you got a septic system, you want to remember this name. Boonstra. And I am not kidding you, the best pricing out there. Check them out at septiccolorado.com. Right now, 20% off all products, all services. Our septic system experts. Boonstra, septiccolorado.com. Now I need to tell you about Paragon Services. Paragon and Matt, he helped me out big time. My insurance company came out and said I had no hail damage after I saw my other neighbors getting a new roof. So you know what? I called up Matt with Paragon. He went to bat for me, got me a check for $70,000. I'm not kidding. You have a homeowner's claim or a commercial claim that they're trying to okie dokie on. You want Matt on your side. He'll get you so much money your head will spin. 719-726-0020. Entire Front Range, Paragon Services on our referral list at referrallist.com.
The roller coaster stock market.
That chicken dance was good.
Hey, one of my good friends is having a problem with some kind of computer thing in his BMW, and they charge him a bunch of money to reprogram it or something. I don't understand it. If I have him call you, will you explain to me what's going on, or?
I could try. We don't do a lot of European electronics.
No, I don't understand what it is that he
Where is he having?
I'm not hurting.
He has
I'm
that
hurting.
shop.
I'm laughing.
Software updates.
What?
Doing software updates.
They do all kinds of software
Yeah.
updates all the time. I mean, and that does fix a lot of problems, you know, because they'll accumulate issues and then they fix it with.
Well, apparently they plugged it into the computer and said come back, and they charged him for like 2 hours of work time.
That's horrible.
When all they did was plug it into the computer and went off and did their other work.
Yeah, well, you're paying for the software. It's same as you would be paying for.
No, he paid for the software. He didn't want to pay for their time.
Why wouldn't he pay for their time? That's what it charges.
I'm sure they told him how much it was before he started.
Yeah.
You're still, I mean,
you know, so you're
still holding that bag. You're holding the technician. He's got to monitor it. I mean, yeah, so you can walk away, but I mean, if the battery level flows down below 12.8,
but a lot of them you got to come back in and you got to turn it on, turn it off. Step on the brake, do different things to actuate other things.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not 2 hours where he's like out at lunch
Oh, okay.
and comes back.
Yeah, it's not like you're.
But it's not. He's totally focused on it for 2 hours.
Right.
But he is off and on.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Tell him don't buy BMW if he wants. If he's cost, you know, especially maintenance and repairs. They're expensive.
I know.
Did you talk to those people, Doc?
What people?
The automotive? No.
It says on the board that Susie talked to him.
Oh, it does? I'm not on there.
Suze did.
Suze talked to Christian Brothers.
Did Kevin say I make an appointment today for the first of next week? Is that what he said?
Nah, why would they wash their hands of it then?
I don't think they wash their hands. Like
you think
said,
he's BSing?
Not BSing, but just frustrated. They probably want to, you know, try something else, and he's like, I already paid you.
Either that, or they've said, hey, we've done everything we can. These things were an issue. You've got other problems. It needs to go somebody more equipped to be able to fucking.
Which is what they should tell him, yeah. And if they fix something that was leaking, I mean, you got to fix the leaks you can see. You can't avoid, well, we're not going to fix this because we think it could be something else, and just keep avoiding that.
It's a BMW, so they leak like a Harley does anyway.
It's a 20-year-old
The
car.
people who buy those cars new, they keep them for 60,000 miles and they off them because that's when everything's.
And it's expensive.
And they don't do anything to them for 60,000 miles.
No.
Lucky to get an oil change.
Why should I maintain it? I'm
Yeah,
gonna dump it
I'm
at
gonna
60.
dump it as soon as I
I'll go
hear.
spend another 100,000, get another one, and I don't have to worry about it.
Yep.
I had an Infinity for a while. It was so expensive to fix.
All it is a glorified Nissan.
It's a leather-seated Nissan with its own part numbers. Yeah.
I bet this guy, maybe not arrested, but they tagged him never to come back in the store.
If he's like he's described, I think they're looking for a reason.
I just can't wait to hear what it is. If I were them, I would have said, listen, you can have the chicken, just we don't want you back here.
Well, that happened to me down in Cal.
Here, take another bag of chicken.
That happened to me.
All right, 303-713-8255. I've got to get to the end of this story. I'm chomping at the bit, as they say. This guy basically left King Soopers. I'm not going to recap the whole thing, but he left Kroger after a discrepancy on pricing. They took the price of the item that he said was overcharged off, but then he left. He left the store with the item. So what happened after that? Did they arrest you? What happened, Michael?
All right. Let me get this out real quick because people need to understand something.
I bet.
I have a little tape recorder I use when I get into situations like this.
Now, hold on. Okay, keep going. I can't stop you. Go ahead.
Yeah,
that brought up 40 questions, but go ahead.
He kept saying, we took it off. And I'm like, all right, is it free then? And I made them, and it went on. I kept saying, is it free? And then they finally said, yes, it's free.
Okay, and you recorded them saying that.
That's right.
So what happened? We're dying here.
Their attitude changed when I did that with that. I'm telling people their attitude changed when they're being recorded.
So you didn't get arrested or barred from the store?
I told them to call the cops. No, but I told them to call the cops, but no.
Michael, I got to say something, man, and I'm not kidding around. I bet you're extremely hard to deal with. I mean, I bet you really are, bro. I'm not saying in this circumstance it was anything you did wrong. If the sign was there and it was mislabeled, bad on them. But bringing it to the level you did by bringing out a tape recorder and then your comment that this happens a lot so you carry around a tape recorder is a little concerning. It's almost like you try to get into these predicaments in order to get free stuff. Is that fair to say? And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, man. You are where you are.
Hey, it's entertainment.
No, actually, I spent over $100 there.
That day?
Yeah, on this one, and that was one of my points.
Okay.
I spent $100 and you're giving me a hassle.
I got you, man. They shouldn't have hassled you. I find it a little odd you carry. How often do you end up recording people like that? Does it happen at McDonald's a lot?
I'm going to tell you something. I manage a tow company. I manage a landfill.
Yeah.
I've had people spit on me, threaten my life.
Oh, my God.
I've had people assault me. Okay?
What is that? That's why you had the recorder.
You bet. It saved my ass many times.
All right. Well, I tell you what, I appreciate your tale, man. I do. I mean, guys, any comments on it? It's like, hey, we're here to help.
Sounds to me like a victim mentality.
Maybe so. You know,
I think you think that everybody's picking on you because of whatever disability you have and the fact that you have a hard time walking.
Well, hold on. I'll give him an opportunity to respond to that. Michael, do you have a response to Deputy Doc there?
Oh, yeah, because when I started recording people, it wasn't like that. I've had judges threaten me on the phone, and I got rid of them. I do what you do only in real life.
Okay. Now we're not in real life.
Oh, wow.
Michael, I think you have. I know what he was meaning to say. I'm not gonna pretend I don't understand what he's saying. But we do this in real life, Michael. We're helping someone with a Christian Brothers issue. I'm about to help someone with something else. I'm glad you got the word out, but I got to be quite honest. I think you're probably a little unstable. I don't know what brought you to that point, but I do, and I mean this. I make and wish the best for you. Sandra, what's going on with you?
Me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have not had heat in my mobile phone.
Don't tell me it's got to do with Safeway and chicken.
No, absolutely not.
All right, go ahead.
It might be easier if it was.
I bet.
I have not had. My furnace went out on Sunday the 5th.
Okay.
Of I had a guy that I had come over. I found him on Next Door Neighbor about a year ago, and he said he did furnace work, and he came over and replaced, my engine went out about a year ago, so he came and replaced the engine.
So he replaced the blower motor. How much did he charge you?
$300 and some dollars.
And this was just on the 5th. I mean, we're talking a week ago or 2 weeks, whatever it is.
No. That was about a year ago.
Oh, I got you.
No.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. So you called the same guy back.
Right.
I got it.
Thinking, well, he fixed that minor problem.
Sure.
So he came on Sunday. He said he thought it was the igniter. He supposedly overnighted a part, came back out on Monday and tried that, or went to put that igniter on, and it was broke. So he
the part came in broke.
I have to go into Denver. Okay, so I have to drive into Denver. I live in Firestone. He says I have to drive into Denver and get another one. And I said, okay. And bear in mind, he was not timely on anything that I've dealt with him. So
okay, so he wasn't timely, but the part came in, it was broke. I assume he's not lying. Now he's driving to Denver to get a new one, and what happened?
And he brings that out, and that doesn't work.
Oh, so maybe it's not the igniter. Maybe that's more of the problem?
Well, yeah, because it turned out, well, here's the thing. He suggested that he was on the phone for a half hour with somebody he called his mentor, because he couldn't figure out with the igniter not working what to try next. And he told me, well, we could try is it the conductor board?
Okay, hold on, because I'm dying to know where this is going too. I assume he charged you for something that didn't fix it. The guy's talking to his mentor, so I assume he's not licensed. But we're going to find out what company this is and what happens after this. And then, Donnie, I am dying to hear about your towing issue in Colorado Springs. We got some connections down there. Everybody hold tight. We do have a line open, 303-713-8255. We'll be right back.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you.
Meanwhile, none of this is important. That's important.
What is
that
it?
the Wienermobile is broken.
The catalytic converter got stolen off the Wienermobile.
That's significant news.
Wait, why
It's
are
the
they
Meyer
making offers
Wienermobile?
to fix it?
If it goes vegan.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll throw away our whole business model of 100 years.
Should I get one or two pizzas for you guys? I never know when there's this.
Oh, I don't care.
I'm not going to be eating any.
Okay, so.
Two, if you want two, get two. I don't care.
Shannon will eat some. These two.
I'll have a piece.
Yeah, but Shannon might be gone by the time the pizza comes.
You decide.
You're good for a half a pizza. We're going to Ruth's Chris tomorrow for a birthday.
Oh, cool.
I think I like Ruth Chris.
I do too, man. They got that hot plate. That steak comes on that hot plate.
And you're the one that touches it too, right? When they put it on the table, they
no,
said,
they tell you not to.
And the first thing Mark does is,
son of a bitch! I'm suing you.
And then he sues him.
So I got okey doke on my rental car. I had to fly out. I was gone 2 days looking at this house, going through the inspections in Louisiana. I book it through Amex. It's $106. It's like 2.5 days, whatever it is. I get there. I think it was pay less. They're closed because I don't fly until like midnight. So it says go over to here. So I go over to whoever it is, Hertz or whatever. And they're like, okay, blah, blah, blah.
Well,
they pull it up. And they're like, sign
pizza?
here. It's just one of those digital things. Sign there. And that was it. I leave with the keys. I'm done. I get back, turn the car in. I get a receipt yesterday from them. They charged me more than the rental for this fucking insurance I didn't order. So when I signed, they're saying, well, it doesn't matter because when you sign that, you agree to the insurance. I'm like, all it was a signature line. There was no usual like you're talking about where you accept and decline.
Right.
I said it was past midnight. I had one signature. And they said, well, the check boxes, they just refused to do anything. So now I'm going, okay, do I sue these fucking guys and make their life miserable over $69? Or do I make my life miserable, it might be more, over $69? And I'm like, I'm right there because I feel so fucking violated by these assholes.
So
I never buy insurance.
is the cutoff?
Ever.
yeah, because almost every credit card or whatever, they cover
I booked it through Amex for that exact reason. It comes with the same coverage they fucking sold me.
So do they create
The one thing we talked
They're
about
saying if they get
last
a win,
week
that's their
was loss of
chance.
use if the car's in an accident. Because
Yeah, usually it doesn't cover it.
right, which is why it pays to get the insurance.
No,
because-
but Amex covers lot.
That's what I asked.
Amex has no liability. What it does cover is if you like run into a pole.
Right.
It'll cover that, but it doesn't cover if I injure somewhere else.
No, but
that's where my own insurance.
But it
kicks
will
in.
cover loss of use.
Loss of use.
Because
yes.
that, you know, with
and so does my Capital
yeah,
One.
with the supply chain these days, it could be on there for 2 months.
Or longer.
Or longer, right? And then you're stuck with that, whatever it is, $69 a day. So that's the only insurance I would get.
Yeah, but if you knowingly initial and sign for it, you're fine. But if
Oh,
you,
no, I agree
yeah,
with him.
That's the only point. Whether it's not about the
Troubleshooter Show, what is your
about
first
This is
name?
my check
not
for
having
the
the
past
opportunity.
week.
No.
Pat, hi, in a
You're
sense,
gonna
tell
love
us,
this
what did you wanna
fucking
talk to
TV.
Mike
Flavorful,
about?
at least.
It's fucking probably got 2 hours on it. It's 4K.
Yes.
Wow.
It's thin as shit, and it's got everything built in. It's got Netflix,
Maybe
you name
so.
it, Hulu,
I send
Netflix,
it to Mark,
YouTube,
and then he
100%.
sends it. He wanted
And
to
I found
send
the
it out to
remote,
them.
thank
So
God,
let me go
because
in and put
I
the
went
bug
to
in
turn
Mark's
it
ear
on.
and
I'm
figure
going,
out,
I got
Pat.
all these TVs.
Let
I go
me-
to
and
turn
also
it on
let
to
me
make
just
sure it
confirm your
works,
number in case I
and there's
wrote
no
it down.
fucking
remote.
button.
Oh,
And I'm like, oh shit, the remote.
Even in the back, there's no button?
I couldn't find a button on the son of a
I don't
bitch.
have a show on Monday.
God.
Because
I'm going up and down and
President's
sideways.
Day.
Then I'm looking around
You
back
don't
and I'm
hear
going, there's no
something
way
by
they put it. What are you
Tuesday,
going to
give me
move
a
your
call
whole
back at
TV
this number
to
and
turn
I'll
it
start
on?
A lot
making
of them,
some
it's
changes.
touch screen.
Yeah,
So-
my son gave me a PS4
Suzanne.
so that I could get all those
No
streaming
problem, Pat.
channels.
Hi.
And all you do is you run your hand over it.
By
There's
the way,
no
it's
buttons or
also a
anything.
really good song by
PS5, whatever it was.
Is that a Christian band?
No.
We're pretty much. Oh, I'm going to bring John back up. Yeah.
You're welcome.
How was Christian
Definitely
Brothers,
played this at
Suzanne?
my,
I don't know why I can't hear
Wedding?
her.
yeah, yeah.
They must have us down.
Well, not the wedding, but at the party after. What do they call it?
No, I can hear them. They just can't hear me. They got me muted.
Your wedding reception.
I'm just totally muted.
Where's the hook?
You are insane with that.
He blamed Trump on this, by the way.
He did, yeah.
He literally blamed Trump on
I
the
didn't hear that word.
on the train derailment.
Oh.
Yeah, he said they were working with limitations due to the previous.
Is it about whatever you call it, stigmata?
Literally
That was
came
the
out and
song.
blamed
Oh, was it?
They disabled.
303-306-9755.
Which, you know, they've been in there for 2 years. They could have reversed it any time they wanted.
More
See, this,
important.
the
First they had to break something of their own.
Yes.
So they started with the economy.
And that was Trump's fault, too. Yeah, the border's Trump's fault.
Hi, can I get a delivery to the iHeart building?
See, the electric Ram is already
720.
sold out.
233.
Oh, did you see the Ford Lightning? They stopped production.
They fixed the problem. Yeah, because the battery caught on fire or something.
You saw the Hyundai Kia. They're literally recalling millions of vehicles.
For being stolen?
What are they gonna
You
do?
realize-
Software, or what are they going to do?
Yep.
I wonder how they're going to do that. Like, I thought the ones they were stealing had no well, I know they are.
Well, they're key driven, yeah.
You basically stick a screwdriver in it and turn it, and you can steal the car.
Well, it was the 5-volt reference that they were using out of the USB cords. So
That's all they were doing.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I don't get that.
I'm not a thief, so I'm not going to pretend I know exactly.
But you
how
see,
it
but
works.
that's an old trick, because you used to be able to take a cell phone charger,
Right.
like on the Camaros and stuff. You just punch the column. I got a 2-wire going to the to recognize the key chip.
Yeah, okay.
And you just
bypass it.
You cut the plug off a cell phone charger, ashtray, and plug it in, and it bypasses.
You know, back in
So
my
that's old stuff.
in my day, we had literally they were called jigglers, and they were a set of like 100, well, not maybe 50 keys.
Yeah, little flat keys.
You find the closest Ford one,
wiggle 'em, yeah.
and they worked almost every time.
Yeah.
I don't think they'd work anymore, though.
No.
I mean, they'd still work on older cars.
Sure, sure.
Take your jigglers out to the King Soopers parking lot and see if you can figure it out.
I opened our mailbox with my jigglers. I've opened P.O. box.
Well, I told you what our song was.
All kinds.
9 Inch Nails.
Gas lids.
You know, we had 2 Ford Tauruses one time, exact same color.
Very romantic.
Exact. One was
And
in
like
for a
the
break
whole
job that
black
we
is your
sold like a
soul,
week
I'd rather
before,
die
so
than
it was
be
coming back. It wasn't like, you know, there was some pad left. Other in for an oil change.
Oh, shit.
The fucking keys started each car, each key, same exact code, same color, and of course you know where this went.
Oh, yeah.
The fucking guy comes to pick up the brake job oil change. The guy comes to get his oil change back. I got a brake ticket on him. What are the fucking chances of that?
I did a head gasket on one by mistake.
Just the same shit?
We did a transmission in one.
94 Nissan Pathfinder.
Oh, my God.
They were both green, both almost identical, and both keys started, both...
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life a little bit better. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. You want to expose bad guys. You found the show. That's what we do. We go after the people making your life miserable. How do we do it? It's called a big antenna. We warn people. We call businesses. We get involved. No other show does that. And I've searched the different planets. I've searched anywhere I can search, I've searched. There's nothing out. Now, there are shows out there like Dave Ramsey. Actually, I think Dave, hey, Shannon, you might know this. I tuned into Ramsey the other day, and I swear to God, it was his daughters. I do not think Dave does a show anymore. Does anybody know?
Yeah, I heard she was taking it over.
Yeah, I
heard that.
It's her and another gal,
yeah,
and
cool.
I thought they were doing a pretty good job. They picked up exactly where Dave was. But I still hear him doing commercials, so that's interesting. But anyhow, if you've been ripped off, 303-713-8255, 303-MARTINO. We do have one line open right now. We've got a lot of stuff lined up. I'm going to get right back to Sandra, who's got a problem with her furnace. She had a guy fix it, found him off next door. Don't get me going on that.
Hey, Mark, did Don Lemon find out if his daughters are in their prime?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Doc.
Don Lemon said that Nikki Haley shouldn't be a presidential candidate because women in their 50s are not in their prime.
For the life of me, what made you think of that right now? For the life of me. You must have been sitting on that for an hour.
No, because he just talked about his daughters taking over.
Oh, okay.
I want to make sure.
Wow, what a connection. Silly me. No, I didn't. I heard Don said something like that, but I mean, I don't know, nor do I really care about that. But she used Nextdoor to find this furnace guy. He did some work for her a year ago, and now he's struggling to get it fixed. We're going to find out where that's going. But meantime, we had a problem with Christian Brothers and John. I'm going to bring John back up. John called in. He brought it to Christian Brothers. He was leaking coolant. They sold him a thermostat housing, I believe, and a thermostat. That did not fix the problem. You had to bring it back because the coolant light came on again. They sold him a coolant level sensor. That didn't fix it. He was still leaking it. Then, according to John, they wiped their hands of the whole thing and told him there's nothing more we can do, and basically told him to get down the road. Suzanne, you talked to Christian Brothers.
I did. So first, Mark, this is going to throw you a little bit, but I'm pretty sure the gentleman I talked to is listening, so I just want to be sure we're good here.
Sure.
He did not want to come on the radio.
Okay.
So I said, that is fine.
Yeah, of course.
So then he gave me some explanation, a little.
Yeah.
And then I said, okay, I'll tell the host and our listeners. I think he was a bit surprised at that. So am I okay to relay what he told me in general?
My God, yes, of course you are.
Okay. So basically, this is what I got. That John had come in with a bunch of problems on his vehicle. They had fixed it, blah, blah, blah. Fast forward to this coolant leak. And by the way, Christian Brothers, we don't get many complaints on them, Mark.
No, but the ones we've had, and I'm going to say this, and I don't know if they're independently operated.
I don't know.
But the ones we have got, they have actually acknowledged we should have never done this transmission. We should have never done this head gasket. We got in over our heads, and they've came through. And they've actually refunded one guy, I don't know what location, but an entire bad transmission they did.
Yes, and they take their customer service very seriously, he told me. They feel like they have bent over backwards, and I'm just summing up what he said.
I gotcha.
They have bent over backwards for this John guy, and then the $1,500 or the $1,000 for the coolant leak, he said that he got what he paid for on that. They did fix that coolant leak, but apparently there's a reservoir or something with a coolant leak as well, or some sort of leak as well. John is expecting that to be fixed for free. He was pretty flabbergasted that John was even calling our show after the way they've been over backwards for him.
Here's the problem, and I appreciate what he's saying, and that's a great update, Suzanne. I've got two car guys in with me I've known for, 10 years now. Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech, and Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. I look at this in a few different ways. Being in the business way back in the day, I'd probably do the reservoir if that's all it was. I probably would at this point. I probably would, but I don't know the cost of it. I don't know the location. I don't know the labor. But I think I would to make them go away, okay? And, John, I know I have you up, so just keep quiet for a second. But a lot of times what happens, and you guys deal with this, you go in for a diagnostic on a leak of some sort, and the car might have a lot of leaks. Mm-hmm. What do you think in a scenario where they sell you something, you leave, you have to come back because it didn't fix it, they sell you something else, you leave, you have to come back because that doesn't fix it, now they're saying you also need a reservoir. What are your thoughts in general about this?
Well, it should have been checked better before it was delivered.
Yeah, so when you
that's where the problem comes in. Not that it needs additional work, but how they find out it needs additional work.
Well, he had to come back according. Yep. Hey, John, you did go back 3 times on this same thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so John, that's it. Just yes or no right now. I'm kind of forming my opinion on this. Mm-hmm. So I agree with you. You pressure test the system. You put the pump on the radiator, or depending on the reservoir, you pump it up. You see one leak. You order that. You sell it to the customer. You put it on. You repressurize the system. Sure. You see if there's another leak at that point. I don't think you should let the vehicle go and then wait for the same problem to reoccur. Jeff, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, and quite frankly, they said it had multiple problems. So how much of this was brought to his attention prior to, whether in discussion or on print? And now this is just continuing to come back, and now he's wanting stuff done for free. We've all had that customer come in. Of course. Where they, let's just take care of the bad one now. We'll get to the other one later. But his perception is that the problem wasn't actually taken care of.
No, that is his perception. John, did you go in there when they said lots of problems? Did you only go in there for the coolant leak?
They didn't say any problems. They sent me a picture. There is some coolant residue there. Then I said, okay, if that's the problem, fix it.
Here's where I go with it. There's 2 things. One, I don't want to even use the word legal, but what could possibly happen in court, and then what the other one would be is what I personally think a business should do. If it's just the reservoir at this point, I think they should fix it. I really do, depending on the cost of that. But my fear with that is they still misdiagnose it the 3rd or 4th time. I don't know why it's taking so many times. So what I would like to do is figure out, and Sheridan Auto Tech's going to do that for us at no cost, is that the only problem? But then I want to go back and ask you a question, John, and don't BS me. Did they not tell you the reservoir was leaking?
No, they didn't say nothing. They said it is the sensor that's the problem. Then they take it over there. They're saying they fixed the reservoir.
Yeah.
They put the sensor on, but they didn't put the sensor on.
Now, they didn't put it on right because the light didn't come back on.
Yeah,
and we kind of, hold on, John. We kind of glanced over that. I don't know if he actually needed a sensor. How would we ever know?
I don't need a sensor. I don't need a reservoir.
I know you're saying that, John. I don't know that.
It's a 19-year-old vehicle. I guarantee there's plenty of things that car needs.
It needs a ton of things. Here's what I want to do. John, I want you to get that over to Sheridan Auto Tech, and then I will talk with Kevin and figure out if I want to call over to Christian Brothers. I just don't know yet. I want to know what's going on with it. If we find out, the one thing I will say, if you find out something major on this car like a head gasket, I do not like how we got here, because he just threw $1,000 away on a vehicle he's probably not going to fix. I mean, we'll see. So, John, that's where I'm going to leave it right now. Kevin's going to be my deputy on this. Get an appointment set. Get over there next week, and we're going to let everybody know how this one turns out. 303-713-8255. Sandra, I got to take this break. I'm going to come right back. I want to know the company name of this guy who can't fix your HVAC. Have you paid him? I got to get the information. Maybe we'll reach out to him as well. And then, Donnie, you're up after that. Hold tight.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Does your kitchen or bath or windows or doors need help? Well, way back in the 80s, my dad, Dan Cicchini, did the first radio ad for Dunright Kitchens, Baths, Windows, and Doors. He said, and I quote, "Started the company with a philosophy that was drilled into me by my dad when I was a kid, and that is, if you're gonna do it right or don't bother," unquote. Well, this is Todd Cicchini, and having grown up with that philosophy, it's now my responsibility to pass it on to the third generation of our family working at Dunright, and all the other folks that work here also. Quality, dependability, fair pricing, treat people like you want to be treated. A bathroom like a spa, a kitchen like the morning sunrise, windows and doors that make you proud, that's what we strive for.
Hi folks, this is Dan. Susan and I are very proud of our legacy, and if our Dunright family can help your family, call us. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors, you have our word, we'll treat you right at Dunright. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
Check it out. David Ellis will weigh it and pay it. You've got old earrings, broken watches, tangled necklaces. He will weigh it and pay you for the precious metal. He'll even buy teeth, gold teeth. You got a titanium hip, the guy's going to get it. And here's what I love about David Ellis. They're going to give you a good price. It's not a pawn store where they're going to rip you off. You want cash for those old jewelry, maybe an old ring, an old wedding ring you've been hanging on to. You want to check out David Ellis Jewelers. You can find him at davidellisjewelry.com or on 3rd and Clayton, 303-322-8779. Now, Auschenberg Law, Jesse Auschenberg, he's been practicing more than 20 years, over 3,000 clients. He focuses on divorce and child custody. That's all he does, and man, is he good at it. You can save time and money with him. He can take over the process. He can even talk to you by Zoom if you want, but check him out at FamilyLawPros.com. That's FamilyLawPros.com, or, of course, you can find him at Referralist.com.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care.
Of course you love Navage. You invented it, and you're making money on it.
Huh?
I'm just up this Navage commercial
Troubleshooter show, please hold.
30 times a day. Drives me crazy.
I rinse my nose twice a day, Doc. I don't use Navage. I just use a squeeze bottle.
Squeeze bottles, yeah. I just used what God gave me.
Since my surgery, it's crazy though, man. So my nasal, I kept getting sinusitis. They drill a hole in your nose into your sinus cavity. So now I'm never stuffy whatsoever, but I'm constantly draining.
Really?
It just drains all the time.
I just decided to come back. What's up?
Kachina Calore, or is that her nickname or something?
Cucina Calore.
But I do that every night. Before I go.
The squeeze bottle?
Really?
Yep, every night. It helps too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Mine's weird too, because now when I do it,
what is your first
the
name?
first time I bend over, like if I do it in the morning, then I'm in yoga, and I'm going down for the first time. It doesn't matter how much water I try to get out of my nose.
There's always some still there.
Because it's up in my cavities.
Does it come out your ears?
Okay,
no.
yeah.
No, but it's just when you bend over.
Yeah.
You know, like
I
to
hope
tie
I
your
was
shoe
fair.
or something like that.
And you think it's all gone.
Yeah, no, it's weird how it stays.
Glad I don't have that problem.
I just think I sleep
I have
better.
other problems, but that's not one of them.
It's amazing how nice it is to be able to take a, complete deep
Sir,
breath.
that's why we encourage you to come on. I mean, explain to our car guys who understand this car stuff way better.
I've had this customer.
We're not out.
I know.
You've had what customer?
John.
Like that,
Oh, yeah.
I can guarantee you.
I've had, you name the customer I've had. I had one, I said, I just wanted them done, so I wrote her a check for a full refund. Didn't undo the work, just whatever, didn't even care. Had to drive from one store to the other just to get her out of my life. And I said, here's a release, sign this, here's a check. She's like, I'm not signing a release. And I said, well, you sure as hell ain't getting a check. I'm giving you a full refund. You're not saying I damaged anything. What are you talking about?
What number can he call you at?
And I basically played hardball at that point, and she took the check and signed it.
Okay.
See, we had to give them, if I had a bad patient, I had to give them 30 days.
And ask for
to find
Doug,
a new
correct?
doctor. For those 30 days, I had to take care of them.
720-259-1133.
How about if they're violent or something? It's just hard, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
I am
unless
going
it's
to
something
be
like that,
sure
but if
that
it's
gets,
just,
sir,
well, you
I
know,
will
we
be
just
sure
have a
that comes on the air.
difficult patient,
I will
have to give them a 30-day
definitely, I
letter.
will make
Do they
sure
have
of
to
that
give you 30
immediately.
No, they can just call
Okay.
and ask
Now,
for a
is that
medical
the
record.
same for dental and orthodontia?
I don't know. Well, if it's an MD, yes. If it's a DDS, I don't know.
Okay, and would you please
Do you
be sure to
consider
tell my
dentist
expert that
doctors?
so he can include
Yeah,
that?
I mean,
Chiropractors?
Okay,
No.
his name is
No?
Arson.
Chiropractors
I'm going to
are
have him
quack.
call you here shortly.
You knew you'd start
Thank you,
crap
sir. Bye-bye.
somewhere with that. You know, you start with the dentist, go to
I
the
don't like that.
chiropractor.
I mean, Doc, come on, man. There's good chiropractors. Marty was a good chiropractor.
All right, here we go.
All right, where are we at? All right, 303-713-8255. Suzanne, what's going on?
So that gentleman from Christian Brothers
Yes.
that I talked to, he just called back.
Oh, good.
So this is what he wanted to say. He thought I gave a pretty fair representation of what he said.
Excellent.
He did want you guys to know they did replace that reservoir for free.
They did.
Yes. So here's the deal. I haven't even told anybody this. I'm kind of bringing on a new deputy. We're going to call him Deputy Gearhead.
Okay.
This guy was not comfortable coming on the air talking to you guys.
Sure.
But what he did say he would do is if I had Deputy Gearhead call him, he would explain all that technical stuff. Then we can have Deputy Gearhead come on and talk to you guys.
That's great, but I want John. I'm done talking to him anyhow.
John's gone.
Oh, good. I want him to hook up with Kevin.
Already handled.
Oh, beautiful. So we're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to find out. But that's a big one. They already did the reservoir?
Yeah, he wanted to make that clear.
Why
and
was
they
the guy?
did it
Maybe
for
the
free.
guy just simply didn't know.
I think Jeff was right.
Do you know what else
Yeah,
he said?
it's
But
a challenge.
you know what else he said? But I didn't understand this, so I told him to tell our expert.
What?
He goes, look, we feel like this customer was adding coolant after the repair, like causing it to be, I don't even know, worse.
Overflow?
Yeah.
Why would he do
Something
that,
I
though?
don't.
Okay, we're going to get to the bottom of it. We're just going to figure it out. Kevin's going to figure it out. And Deputy who? Deputy Wrench? What are we?
We're calling him Deputy Gearhead.
Deputy Gearhead. I love it. All right, 303-713-8255. Let's see here. I'm sorry. Say that again, Shannon.
Because Deputy Blockhead's already taken.
Oh,
Mark.
Deputy Blockhead's already taken. Oh, man. 303-713-8255. By the way, Frank Duran, the real estate man. I'm going to say it real quick. I love this guy. You want to know what your house is worth right now? Call Frank up. He can tell you. He will do a report that'll blow you away. All the comps in the neighborhoods or the county, it doesn't matter. He's going to tell you exactly what that house is worth, whether you want to sell it or not. And he's going to do it 100% for free just to get to meet you. And then when you do want to sell 10 years from now, a month from now, Frank is going to do the best anybody can for you. You're going to be amazed. I've used him numerous times, just as Tom has. And you can find him at frankduranhomes.com. That's frankduranhomes.com. Now, 303-713-8255. One line open. Suzanne, I think I left off on that HVAC lady. I'm going to go back to her. She found a guy on Nextdoor, and I do not suggest Nextdoor. You want to find good contractors that are background checked and have actually signed a code of ethics. That is referralist.com. You can find great HVAC guys. But regardless, she had some work done a year ago from this guy and then called him out for a new problem. And he's had a big-time problems diagnosing it. He had to call someone else for advice over the phone to try to get it fixed. And that's kind of where we left it off, Sandra. So what happened after the second time the igniter in the furnace didn't work?
Well, I went ahead. I said, probably going to be... It was the original one that was in this house, and it was back in 2008. So I said, chances are it's going to go anyway, and I'm probably going to be nickel and dimed to death before it does. So I said, what would you charge? What would a new furnace cost, an entire new furnace, and air conditioning, because they're tied together.
Yep.
And he initially quoted me $6,000 for both, and then when he called and got the part, or when he said he got the parts, he went up another $500. But I said, okay. Took him 2 days to get out here with the furnace and the air conditioner stuff, because he had to get a buddy that had a truck so that they could get it out here.
Well, I'm not even going to beat you up, but you hired a guy off next door that doesn't even seem like a real HVAC guy. The guy doesn't even have a way to move a furnace. Did the furnace end up showing up?
Well, he brought it, and
Okay.
I came in stupidly after the fact. I did my research after the fact, and while they're out there dinking around on it, I had pulled up what he had put on my estimate, the model number, because I wanted to see what the rebate might be for it, the energy rebate.
Okay.
And he didn't have any of his paperwork with him.
So you pulled up the actual model number from the invoice, and let me guess, it was different than what they installed?
No, it was the same one, but it was not meant for installation in a mobile home.
And that's very true. Actually, what she's saying is very true, and that can actually be dangerous.
It is dangerous.
Suzanne, can you do me a favor?
I made him take it back.
Hold on, Sandra.
Take it back.
Sandra, hold on. I want to get an expert lined up. Suzanne, could you get on Bob Logan for me, or Shannon, tell her that when she's off the phone. So Sandra, when you told him that this is the wrong furnace for this, what happened?
I told him this is it. First off, he says, well, yeah, but I can make it work.
Okay, well, you can make a lot of stuff work.
Yeah, he was going to put some kind of box on top of it and stuff for the airflow. And I kept thinking about it, and I thought, well, that's not going to be compliant if I try to sell my place.
Yeah, there's 100 reasons. The safety's the biggest reason, but there's 100 reasons. So what happened, though?
So I told him to take it all back.
Okay.
And he took everything. He took everything out of my house, and that was the last I heard from him. And I had paid him $3,500.
Oh my God! So nothing has been done, and you're out $3,500.
Yes.
When's the last time you talked to this clown? When's the last time you talked to him?
The day that he took this out. I sent your staff his final.
That doesn't help me. What date?
It would have been the 7th. Wait. February 9th.
9th. So
February 9th.
And then if you call him right now, what happens? It rings, no one answers. What?
Well, yeah, he's got a cell phone, and I was doing texts with him the whole time. I don't think we talked on the phone once. We texted all the time.
Oh God.
Yeah, but he admitted he wasn't licensed. He says he's licensed, but he's a licensed plumber.
Sandra, I don't even care about that. What I care about is your $3,500, and you've got nothing to show for it. Here's what I want to do. Hold on. Suzanne, I'm giving her so much stuff, it's crazy, but here's what I want to do. Hold on, I'm putting you on hold for a second. Deputy Doc, I put her on hold.
I'll call.
No. Here's what I want from Sandra. I want her to give you that phone number.
Right.
Then I want you to call from the phone in there, so if he will come on the air, we can patch him right in. Don't call. I want to see if he'll come on. My gut tells me he won't. Then I want to know basics, like did he answer, and if he won't come on the air, what is his intention to do with her $3,500?
I think you're right, Mark. I'll do it.
I can't believe it. $3,500. That's a lot of dough. $3,500 gone. Hey, Sandra, real quick, what is this clown's name?
I thought he was going to take it back and get the money back.
I got you. I understand. He did take it. He took the furnace. He took everything and your money.
Yes, he did.
Hey, what's this guy's name?
His name is Anthony Carroll, Carroll, and his company is Pure Precision Mechanical.
Pure Precision Mechanical ripoff. Jerk off, blah, 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 Pure Mechanical. The guy, but he acknowledges he doesn't even have a license. He's trying to install, hold on, I want to go to our expert real quick in a second, Bob Logan. Hey, Bob, I've got a question for you, man. Bob Logan's the owner of Plumline Services on a referral list. I love this guy. Bob has helped us out in our own house. It's just a great company. I don't know how else to put it. But, Bob, when you do a furnace and AC in a trailer or in a mobile home, not a modular, but an actual mobile home, They're completely different units than what I would have for a house or anybody else. This clown sold her a unit that doesn't even belong in a trailer. And my understanding is that can be very dangerous. What do you know about that?
Well, as you know, Mark, I'm not a technician, but yes, it would be a different system for a mobile home. I can certainly try to get one of our managers, HVAC managers, on to talk more in depth about it if you want, but we would not install a standard residential heating and cooling system in a mobile home.
We ran into a problem years ago, and the reason I'm saying it's a safety issue, I don't remember if it was a install issue or it was purely just the wrong furnace, which what it is, but it actually caused a fire, and someone almost died. Now, and once again, I don't remember if the home unit was not installed properly or just rigged together to where it created the fire, but this guy, there's nothing more you're going to help with besides information for people on that, Bob, because this guy, it sounds like this clown, this Anthony Carroll, basically took the money and ran. Doc, please go try to get him on for me right now. But, Bob, I just remember that happening years ago, and this woman told him, just to beat it, go get me the right unit. You can't put that in my house. And he's like, oh, I can make it work. I can put it on a milk crate or a box or whatever to make it work. The whole thing sounds horrible, man.
Yeah. And again, my guess is not only is it the wrong system, but as to your point, it's probably a bad install too if somebody's doing that. And that's the problem with our industry. That's just prevalent in our industry, that there are a lot of clowns that just don't know what they're doing. And unfortunately, the licensing requirements in Colorado, so many people get away with saying they're an HVAC contractor.
And they're not.
Really shouldn't even be turning a wrench.
Hey, I got something. Hey, let me ask you, and if you're not doing it, it's fine, but for our listeners right now, I would like you to do something. You know, I'm not saying we're coming out of winter. Let's face it, we get more snow in March than any other time. But would you do a furnace tune-up like you usually do preseason? People that have been running their furnace for a while and they know there could be an issue. Maybe it's a little loud, or maybe it's just been working so hard because it's so cold they want to get it checked out. Would you do something on the, I don't like using the word cheap, but something very cost-effective that can get their furnace up to snuff and check it out for us?
I'm happy to do that, Mark. As you know, for the special we run, typically on that is $89 for a furnace tune-up. What do you have in mind?
Oh man,
how about if I do it? How about $49? Does that sound fair for all Tom Martino listeners?
I think it's awesome. $49, you get the full furnace checkup. Usually $89. I don't think you can beat that. I might call you out to our house. I'm not kidding, man. Our unit's pretty new. But I hear a weird sound occasionally, but man, so you guys will come out, check anybody's furnace out, $49, simple as that.
Yes, we'll go through a complete inspection, leave a report behind if there's any safety issues or anything that we need to bring to your attention.
Yeah.
We'll note that. And then from there, it's up to the homeowner what they want to do to move forward.
And I love, and I want to say this, one of the things I love about Plumline, I mean, they're one of the largest HVAC companies in Colorado. I mean, they're huge. They do electrical, they do HVAC, plumbing, drain cleaning, sewer lines, they do it all. But what I really like, and Bob's a GM, there's no high pressure. I mean, these guys come out, they tune it up, they check it out. They're not trying to twist your arm into stuff you don't need. They're basically trying to make you a good customer when you do have a problem by doing you a great service now. But $49, Bob, I don't even have your phone number up. What number should they call?
Oh boy, I think we got a special one for Tom Martino listeners. Let's see, 303-587 1085.
You're making me look. You're making me look, Bob. Hold on. I don't want to give out the wrong number either, man. Plumline.
I can certainly give our main number, but when people call in from the show, it goes directly.
Yeah, I know. You track stuff. I get it. Gosh dang it, this one doesn't have it. Suzanne, what number do we use for Plumline? This is what happens when I ask for something. You know, this is why you don't do this, but hold on here. This was all my bad, but I got to give this out
because got it up there.
That price is unbelievable. Is it up there?
Yep.
All right, 303-586-1086, Bob. That's the one I got. 303-586-1086. That's Plumline Services, $49. And Bob, I hope I didn't get you mad twisting your arm on that. I know it's still cold and stuff.
No, that's fine. You're great. Your listeners are great, and we're happy to do that. And it is cold. We're going to get more snow coming next Wednesday, and still got a lot of winter left. So good time to get your furnace checked out.
I love it. Thank you again, Bob. 303-713-8255. We have one line open. Joanne's got a problem with the Chevy Sonic. We're going to go to that towing issue. We have a car insurance problem. We got so much going. It's crazy. I promise this is a quick break. We're going to be right back. And meantime, Deputy Doc is reaching out to this Anthony Carroll that's got this lady's $3,500. I hope he's got a hell of an excuse.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
Busy driving this Friday throughout the Denver Metro as we navigate that 11 o'clock hour. A couple scrapes and bruises to talk about. Up on the northeast end of town, I-76 westbound before I-270. A brand new accident with stop-and-go traffic back from the Commerce City exit. About 20 minutes of delayed driving through the scene. Heading west of the foothills into the mountains, I-70, both east and westbound roads. Stop-and-go traffic remains between Frisco and C-470. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today, significantly warmer than yesterday with highs in the upper 40s. Overnight low of 23 degrees. Tomorrow, even warmer, high of 49. The current temperature is 42 degrees with your Impact Traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earn doubled. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all doubled. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
The Art of Granite. Mitch Florea is the owner. What a great guy. He came here, 30, 40 years ago. Came from another country, $300 in his pocket. Learned how to fabricate countertops, deal with granite cabinets. We've used them at our house numerous times. What I love about the Art of Granite, he'll give you a quote right over the phone. You might have to send him some pictures and measurements, but he can tell you how much the most beautiful cabinets and countertops will cost right over the phone. Check him out at theartofgranite.com, theartofgranite.com, or you can find them on referralist.com.
So many people have told me about Orchard, and no wonder. It's the new way to sell. For example,
Go for it. It's a Shannon YouTube story.
So my wife
we love
asks him. So let me get this straight.
So your wife's lit. You guys are out with a gay
Have you heard of
couple
these
at a
companies that will
concert.
buy
So
your
let me
credit
get
card
this
debt,
straight. When you're
and you pay
doing
them
it and
10% instead of 24.5%?
reach around,
Total ripoff.
Are they?
Yeah, because most
is
of
the
them, what
other
they do
guy
is they
that,
negotiate
is he
on your
giving you
behalf.
the reach around
no,
too?
no. Is he?
They do
you know,
not pay
is
the
it?
debt off.
Is it?
No.
Are you
This
happy?
is
I mean,
different.
is it? You
They
know,
give you a loan.
Are you able to?
Let's say you have
maintain
10.
Well,
a-
if it's a true loan at
well,
10%,
you know, I
and
mean,
you're paying
because you in
24,
your,
yeah,
you know,
there's
right?
Yeah,
it's
no, I'm
in
saying
your,
there's a,
you know, so
sounds
it's
like
hard to.
a
I just
great way
wondered
for,
if
it's like a win-win.
he's able
Well,
to-
it's a win-win as long as that person doesn't go back.
What'd they say?
Awesome. Occasionally.
A lot of people, that's the problem. They take
Once
out
in
a
a while,
second
yeah.
to pay off the
Yeah,
high credit
yeah.
card debt, and then what do they do in the next year? They run that credit card right back up. If you're not living within your means, you never fix it. But why? Are you?
No, I'm just curious. I heard an
all I
ad
got.
for one.
Because I'll give you a loan.
I don't need a loan.
Hey,
Thank
but
you.
Good enough.
the real payoff,
I have
the
my
real payoff on
liquid.
the story
I have my liquid
is
loan.
that me and my boss's husband
God, you're gonna love that.
loved being at the
I'm
Mel
looking
Torme
forward to it.
concert. My
Perfect for
boss
my
and
poker
I didn't know
room.
it was 4K.
hated it.
That's my poker room.
I was trying to
So,
find an old
hard to
720
say.
plasma.
I
That's
don't think I would like a Mel
Ah.
Torme concert.
It's peculiar, huh?
screen, it makes
At least.
It's amazing
Oh, it
how
was
quickly
fantastic.
they
Velvet
went
fog,
from
man.
this to this, isn't it?
So, Suzanne, somebody's telling us we're low during the breaks and nobody's on the mics, right?
Well, if you think of big screens, my
I tried
God,
to
they went
explain
from
to him these guys lean back and
consoles,
relax on
yeah,
the breaks.
to
Their
the
faces
weird
aren't
kind of
right up on the
square
mics.
ones,
And I
right.
said maybe
and then the
that's why it's
plasmas,
low.
which were like this.
So
could heat
I
them
now
didn't
they're
know if there was
shitting us.
anything you could do to fix
deck of
that,
cards.
Talib, but
But you
have to
think
crank
about
up
the
the
time.
gauge.
Not with that. Not with the mics the way they are now. Used to be
Well,
we
if
could
you
turn
take it
on
out
the speaker.
along the world.
I mean the mic that's on the camera,
Yeah, and then for
and
a
that
while,
would be
did
like
you
a
hear when
good
they had
room
that- When
mic.
Tom had that blue sitting
But
in
it would
between
still
the-
sound kind of echo, but it would be there.
Talib, were you here
What?
when Tom had that blue on a stick between the monitors? He had a
blue.
Yeah, who makes those? Some microphone. It's like a big ball. Looks like a snowball.
Oh. No, I didn't see that. No, I didn't see that.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he had that for a while to pick everybody up during the breaks. Early on when we were
put a lien on my new house now.
Did you ever close and everything on that?
Yeah, I moved in on the 1st.
Oh, wow.
So I'm thrilled.
Yeah, he got that same loan I got. It's pretty cool, man. 30-year line of credit on your house. And it's nice. Right now it's not nice, but when interest rates get back in line, it
still
floats.
Like $700.
And then you ever need that cash? I wonder who ends up, tell me who ends up buying yours. You'll get the paperwork.
But just
within,
something, you know,
I think
really
it takes
good,
like
a real
60 days.
Good,
the one that bought
room,
mine was Bank of Idaho.
Mark got me a little.
Well, you have to put the money in the bank, right?
This little device back
What
in
do
the
you
early
mean?
Don't you put-
2000s. So I could
thought
go
that
to
there
our
was you
live
put the money in the
concert,
bank.
It does, but you'll know what bank.
You know,
Right,
the
yeah.
shows
60
for my
days.
own
Right.
It does take.
pleasure. I
It
loved
took
it.
about 30 or 60
I
days.
think I still have it. Don't use it.
I bet
I
it's
got
the
a
same one
couple
that
that I
bought
could
mine,
sneak
though.
into a
There's only
show,
few
but-
banks that buy those.
And they really look for that still, you know, bootlegging.
How does the bank make out on that? Because you're not paying any interest if you're, you know, they're just using.
I just have a line of credit out right now
Mhm.
that I can access at any time, and I don't owe anything on it, so I pay zero when it comes to a
Omnidirectional
mortgage.
mic, is that what?
If I go to
Tommy
buy
has?
something,
Yeah.
let's say a car or whatever,
Mhm.
I locked mine in because
Thank
it was
you.
before all this bullshit. I'm around
Me,
5%.
MR.
Whatever
MR,
amount of money I
omnidirectional.
have out, I pay 5% on. If I sold some stocks or pay money in there or whatever and paid it off, I'd be back down to zero, but that amount would still be available
maybe
to
that
me
was a
again
new
for
gender.
30 years. I
I'm
think it's better than a
omnidirectional.
reverse mortgage in some circumstances for sure, but in other circumstances it's not.
I guess maybe I'm trisexual.
You're trying.
And you guys owning small
Yeah,
businesses.
whatever it
what's
is,
really
he'll try
cool
it.
for You guys, like Doc was getting to this. So what I do is I do an automatic sweep each month when I bill all my
Yeah, I
clients.
do. I know a few. I've run across a few of those.
Those
and
dude
applies
wipes
it into that
crack
bank
me
account. It's a
up when
checking
I
account.
see him in
Anything in that checking
I am
account
like,
offsets whatever
dude
money you
wipes.
have out.
Okay.
So let's say Sheridan Auto Tech does X
I didn't
amount
know you
each
guys
month.
were that complicated.
You rotate that money into there each night. It
You wouldn't know
sweeps
it to
into
look at
there.
me, but I'm
That totally
hyper-paying
offsets
myself and
whatever
putting
you're
it
paying
down
on your
right
mortgage. Let's say your mortgage is $500,000
Very
and
complicated
you're
by
constantly
logically.
using it.
How.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. We have one line open. We got a lot going on today. Yeah, so a couple things. One, Anthony Carroll basically ripped this lady off. In my opinion, when you take $3,500, deliver a furnace that's not made for a motorhome or a trailer or a mobile home, and that can be very dangerous. But the bottom line is he took all of it, said he's going to get the right stuff. Now it's been 10 or 11 days. He has her $3,500. He's not licensed. He shouldn't be doing this job, in my opinion, and he's ghosting her for the last 10 days. Doc, you reached out. What did Anthony Carroll have to say?
He said that she doesn't know what she's talking about. He did half the job, so he's entitled to the money, and then he
Hold on. Sandra, when he says he did half the job, is like the air conditioner there, has anything been done?
Nothing is here.
So
He
you
didn't
have no
do it.
new
He
AC.
put it in and then took it all back out.
So he took everything back out. Anthony Carroll just lied. Hold on. Doc, what work did he say he did?
He said he did, well, let me finish. He said he did half the work, she doesn't know what she's talking about, and then he hung up.
What an
So
ass.
wait.
You
then
know what?
then
I
called him
can't
back.
even say what I want to call him.
Then I called him back, and he ghosted me.
And so now he's ghosting you. Okay.
Right.
So Anthony Carroll, listen to me out there, everybody. Here's what Anthony Carroll did according to Sandra. Anthony Carroll sold her for $6,500, and he took $3,500 up front, a furnace for her mobile home. What he delivered should not be in a mobile home, no matter what. It's not safe. Sandra figured that out, called him out on it. He took it out and told her, I'm going to go get you the right unit. And he never showed back up, never gave her the $3,500. She doesn't have the furnace, it's not even right. She doesn't have the AC, and he's claiming the labor he did to install something that shouldn't have been there was half the work, and that's his justification for keeping her $3,500.
I'm just reporting what
Oh my God. Sandra, does that sound like what this ass is doing?
Hey, Sandra, what are you doing for
Let me explain. He didn't know, there was nothing said about him going and getting the right equipment.
What are you doing for heat and hot water?
Then why? Okay, hold on.
He didn't say he was going to get the right equipment. He said what he had would work, and if I'd have stuck with the plan.
If you would have stuck with the plan on something that shouldn't be in there. But now you don't have the furnace, you don't have anything.
No, I have nothing. And I believe he took that furnace back to the parts thing and got the $3,100 for the stuff. And he's holding on to
here's what you got to tell him. Well, now he's not answering. You know, here's the bottom line. He's got to show up and give you that furnace so you can return it, or he's got to give you the $3,500. You know what? No, I don't even think he owes the furnace. Here's the problem. You know, my deadbeat piece of crap detector's going off, and I think that's what Anthony Carroll and his mentor are. I think they're liars, and in my opinion, thieves at this point. What phone number did you call? Doc, who is this guy?
720-751-7592.
This is crap, Anthony Carroll. Why don't you call in like a man and talk to us? Tell us your side. Tell her how you justify taking the furnace, not returning it, keeping her money, selling her something that shouldn't even be in there. Get your little jackass on the phone. Tell us.
Mark. I offered to have him come on.
Come on, Anthony. Anthony, are you listening? Did you tell him what station, Doc? You know what, Anthony? Get your ass on the phone. Suzanne, try to call him one more time. 720-751-7592, right, Doc?
That's correct.
That's a bunch of crap. He's justifying keeping $3,500. He brought out something that was unsafe for her house. What's your problem, dude? Why don't you get her the right furnace and do it properly? I'll tell you why. Because that furnace costs a lot more money.
Hey, Mark, is this a small claims court?
No, hold on. I got to take a break.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Truth with Lisa Booth podcast.
Busy driving this Friday throughout the Denver metro as we navigate that 11 o'clock hour. A couple scrapes and bruises to talk about. Up on the northeast end of town, I-76 westbound before I-270, a brand new accident with stop-and-go traffic back from the Commerce City exit. About 20 minutes of delayed driving through the scene. Heading west of the foothills into the mountains, I-70, both east and westbound roads, stop-and-go traffic remains between Frisco and C470. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today, significantly warmer than yesterday with highs in the upper 40s. Overnight low of 23 degrees. Tomorrow even warmer, high of 49. The current temperature is 42 degrees with your Impact Traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hundreds of Trans Lives Matter protesters occupied Oklahoma's state capitol on Monday. We'll talk to Governor Stitt.
I could get rid of the commercials, but then you'd just be left with me.
These guys have one of the best deals out there. If you've been contemplating getting a divorce or just kind of wondering what your life would look like if you did go through with it, maybe you're not happy with your marriage, these guys can tell you most likely what's going to happen with the finances, what will happen with the children, what will even happen with the pets in the family. They can paint a picture of what a divorce will look like after the fact and give you that kind of advice to make the right decision for you. I want you to write this number down if it ever comes up. These guys are unbelievable. They call that an early neutral assessment. 303-515-5000. I hope you're not going through it, but you might as well get a good picture of what it would look like. 303-515-5000. Guidance, wisdom, strength, peace of mind. The Harris Law Firm. Bastard. I don't like outright fucking thieves. Mm-hmm.
This guy sounded like it's sleaze.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. So you want to use Nextdoor? You know what? You want to have some guy fucking come over and fix your car in your fucking parking lot. You know, you get what you fucking pay for. But this guy...
Fix your car in your driveway.
At least if you're not going to use referral service, go on and find a company that's been around for 50 years that does plumbing.
Well, yeah, but she had used him before, and he did well for her the first time.
That's exactly right.
That's what happened. So. can see how she gets caught in that. And he got in over his head. Or he just got lucky the first time.
He was baiting their ass the first time.
Yeah, and he started drooling when he saw the big job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. The same guy that couldn't even diagnose an igniter. And then the poor lady is going, you know what, it's 12 years old, I don't want to mess around with this every year. It's a bunch of shit. Fucking Anthony Carroll.
$6,000 for furnace and HVAC.
Yeah, that's in a mobile home, so maybe it's...
I'm reading everything
Sounds
on it.
cheap.
You can't, it says basically, installing a furnace that isn't made to work with a mobile home can be a recipe for danger and big trouble.
What is it, venting issues? Or
Yeah,
what?
so it
Let me just
says,
confirm.
most mobile
720
homes
yeah,
use forced air units
720-751-7592.
or small furnaces
I wanted to be
with
sure I heard
cabinets
Mark
that
right.
come with a vented door. These require
Hang on.
special fans and proper safety equipment.
Mark, what's she doing for heating hot water now?
I don't know. You're right. I mean,
I was
don't
going to
know,
ask her
guy.
that.
What a jerk.
Well, hopefully hot water. She's got a separate water heater.
Yeah, the
What?
water heater.
Yeah.
Oh.
He probably sold her one of those, too.
Just had to run a line from the stove over to the hot water heater.
What a jerk off, man.
You just use the left knob to turn it on, turn it off. I can make this work.
I can make this work.
Good old Bob the Builder over here. Can we do it?
I want to make sure this number is
Yes,
right.
we can.
720-751-7592.
Correct.
It's like the old Red and Green show. You ever
I
watch that?
fucking love that show.
What was it about?
Oh, it was this Canadian show, and they're just doing stupid little skits.
Stupid shit with duct tape and everything else.
Yeah.
They may not find you.
Like Jackass back in...
Yeah, but
no, not quite
crazy.
to that extent, no.
Okay.
His
Women may
motto
not
was...
find you handsome.
Troubleshooter show,
might
what
as
is your
well find
first
you
name?
handy.
David, hi in a sentence or less. What did you want to talk to Mark about on the show today?
What's a house inventory reminder?
You want to weigh in on that?
Thank you,
Okay,
I saw
comment
that.
What
on
is it?
Sandra.
That means I
Thanks,
got
hang
it.
tight, listen to the
Oh,
phone.
some catch-ups?
I'm going to do 888 heating. I did do Frank Duran. I did one waterman.
That's too bad you can't get in on this. They're shooting feral cows in New Mexico. Did you see that?
The what?
You can't eat a
Feral cows, huh?
Why couldn't you?
Can you eat a cow with mad cow disease?
Well, it's not recommended, no.
Well, you can eat it, but you might go mad
feral
damn
is just
self.
that it escaped.
But why? Oh, a feral cow, like a feral cat.
Wild.
Yeah.
Just a wild... How's a fucking cow wild?
They
Oh,
got
yeah.
out.
Yeah,
Same thing with
yeah.
wild ponies, man.
Oh,
I've never been like in a field where there's not more than one cow. I've never wandered upon
when
one.
people go down to Texas and Oklahoma and whatnot to do pig hunts anymore.
We're not going to have very much time, are we?
They're pretty much all been
Not
shot
a
out.
ton.
They're all
More
feral
usual.
pigs.
How's that?
Got
just
Right.
domesticated, yeah.
They can be
You ever been? You got to go to a little Wyoming rodeo or something. Watch the wild milking contest or something, where they try to milk a wild cow.
I like watching the chainsaw fucking
Keep your
competition.
hands off my nuts.
You watch that Alaska show? These wackos that live in the middle of nowhere up there.
That's fake.
No.
I don't think this one's fake. It sure looks rough, man. How about Naked and Afraid?
That's
I know a guy
I
that's done
watched-
that twice.
really.
Did Naked and Afraid?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck that. Those bug bites would drive me insane. I
Yep.
couldn't do it.
If I,
Something nagging on your
I'll tell
balls
you, the
and
one
shit.
thing I would bring is a mosquito net. You can use it so sleep at night.
You get to do one thing.
630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. I shouldn't have done that. Lines are full. We got a lot going on. This guy's really bugging me, Anthony Carroll. Callers, I ask for this occasionally, and I really do mean it. The best thing we can do is help this guy understand that he's a scumbag. Yeah, that's it. But be nice when doing it. Really ask him. And I'm kind of kidding in a way. I don't know if he's a scumbag or not. In my opinion, he's a thief. In my opinion, he's definitely a dirtbag scumbag. But I don't know. I haven't met the guy. That's my opinion. I'm allowed to have it. But when you go and don't deliver anything and take $3,500, now he did deliver the wrong thing. And by the way, when I just Google stuff, we should have an expert come on. But when I just Google what kind of furnaces in mobile homes, you cannot use a regular one. You can't. They have special venting, or it can be extremely dangerous. So this guy is full of crap, keeping her $3,500. He has no licensing. He has nothing. He didn't even know how to fix something on her old one. Anthony Carroll. Please call him up and ask him or text him and say, why don't you call up the Martino show, buddy? Why don't you call up and give your side if you can justify the $3,500 you're keeping? You probably returned it and got your money back. If not, we have someone that might be able to sell it and get her some of her money back. Anthony Carroll, 720-751-7592. Write it down, text him, call him, 720-751-7592. And tell them to call 303 Martino and tell them to call it right now. Come on, if you've got some justification, why don't you come on the air and tell everybody listening your justification of selling her the wrong stuff, putting her in danger, then taking it all out and keeping her $3,500. Give me some justification. Maybe I'm missing your part of the story. We called you up, Deputy Doc talked to you. All you said is, oh, I did have to work. Well, she's got nothing. She doesn't have one damn thing, bro. I don't even know how she's got hot water or heat right now and air conditioning. It's ridiculous, bro. Anthony Carroll, 720-751-7592. Holy moly, man.
Sandra, what are you doing for heat?
She's using space heaters.
She's using space heaters.
Bonafide company coming on next week on Tuesday. But I've been without heat. I've been using space heaters.
Listen,
he also left my gas undone.
He's a jerk. You know what?
Hook my gas back up.
Yeah, the gas is turned off. This is just. Well, I'm glad the gas is turned off. Honestly, the guy doesn't know what he's doing. You shouldn't be working on anything, Anthony, and you shouldn't be stealing money. And I'm just going to go out on a limb and ask: do you got a drug problem? Do you got something you got to steal money and buy for? I mean, what's going on, bro? And please, when you call them up at 720, now I got to pull it back up, I'm sorry, 720-751-7592, or text them, tell him to call into 303 Martino right now and justify his actions. Or have his mentor call in, because when he couldn't fix an igniter, he had to call his mentor. You moron! Call your mentor, have him call in. All right, listen, we've got a lot. We're going to shift gears. Keep her information. We're going to keep hammering this guy, Anthony Carroll. You're going to have to at least change phones or cough up her furnace or money or something, buddy. Joanne, David, Donnie, hold tight. I promise you're coming up after this. I'm a little fired up, but I'll calm down.
No, you won't. You do that.
What a jerk.
Good timing.
Pork chop, Mark. Pork chop. That's a safe word.
You know, I've never had a smoked pork chop on pizza, but I bet that'd be pretty good. What's your favorite meat on pizza? Probably Italian sausage.
Yeah.
You never know.
Let's see, what's YouTube getting?
Yep.
Virtually nothing to me.
I'm up in K-How right now for a few more minutes, but I can come down and do it.
Pizza must be there.
You don't need to put words in my mouth. Okay, yeah. Right. I appreciate you being accurate.
I do it right.
That looks a little small, Shannon. You used to the... Oh, yeah. The truck tire? Uh-huh. You see that one? The box is about the size of where the two pizzas are, that whole table. Cosmo's out of Boulder. Love it.
You know what else I had the other day? It was really good, just like Jet's Pizza. They were really good. They made a...
like a Detroit pizza or something?
Yeah.
It was really, really good.
Yeah, of course.
Which echo source do I kill?
It's been over a year since I've had regular pizza. So it's been over a year since I've had regular pizza. Gluten pizza.
Real pizza.
I found one, right. I found one gluten-free pizza that works for me, and it's actually really good. It's comparable.
Have you tried,
Go for it.
No, you got one?
Susan, have you tried cauliflower pizza?
Yeah.
That's really good. I
It's
like
not
it.
bad. Yeah. Some are better than others.
I'll just pass on the crust. Yeesh. Chicken dance.
Oh, well, at the moment.
Yep. It worked. Yep. We had a guy needed that song.
How you doing? Good?
Yes.
You gonna have a piece of pizza? No, I'm starving.
I got 5.
Water.
Water.
Pizza. Talib, welcome to the dark side.
God.
Who said that?
Hey, how the heck are you?
Mark's gonna need CPR. He's pissed. Susan's looking fine today. Don't block him. Don't block him.
How's the back doing, Lee?
What?
How's the back doing?
Mr. Martino.
Liking a new place, Doc?
Yep, it's very, it's exactly what I
Talib.
wanted.
Yeah, he can hear.
It's
Talib.
perfect for one person.
Yes.
How's the back going?
I hear you. You hear me?
Yeah.
No headaches yet from new construction, RT stuff. There's always something,
So far, we did some great walkthroughs before.
I don't know.
Look at old Marky hugging him wide.
We've been
It was
apart
amazing,
for
the
3
movie
days.
company.
It
They came
felt
on
like
one day,
eternity.
packed up everything
Turn the
in
camera
boxes,
off. We're going to do something.
moved everything the next
I
day.
need
Right.
a minute.
To go
Is
everything
Shannon
from
gonna
the
help?
trucks.
Oh,
It was $1,600. And they gave me
Unless there's a girl named
$150
Shannon in here. No.
So it was like $1,400, $1,450 for the move. Which is, these guys, I've used them so many times.
What's the name of them?
Move Masters.
Good.
Yeah, they're masters at moving your
Sandra,
money.
You got any
People think I'm
photos of
crazy,
this clown
but
or
I
anything?
move with a dumpster. I throw away so much stuff. Good up.
A picture of the guy? Oh my God. When did you do that?
When I moved from my house to my temporary apartment.
All right, hold on.
Almost hear that,
Can you
lady.
resend it right now? Yeah, just
plans this weekend, Dragon?
I want a picture of this clown right away. So send it to help HELP at troubleshooter.com. Send it right away, like in the next few minutes, okay? All right, hold on.
What up, Red Dragon?
Hey, babe, can you hear me? Hello?
What?
Suzanne?
You guys are...
Hey, Dragon, bring it up so I can hear or talk to her, please.
Hear who?
You, I can't.
Oh. Oh, here.
Yeah.
So she's sending a picture of this clown to help.
I already have it.
Oh, send it over to Talib right now.
Oh.
At his regular address.
No, just leave it. No, just leave it in help.
It might not be in help.
It says Sandra, it's 4 down, and it's the first
okay.
email with attachments.
Put this clown's picture up.
He looks like a kid.
I gotta see him now. Where is it? I don't see. Oh, I'm not in help. Someone forward it to me,
I'll
please.
forward it to you.
What a jerk off. I got to make
Mark's
sure.
losing his poo today on
I
this
just
guy.
got to make sure this jerk off
I
doesn't
love it when Mark goes crazy.
dominate my fucking goddamn life. This bastard.
There he is. Mark, it's
Is
in
he
your
upsetting
inbox.
you, Marky?
Think if that's your mother or somebody, man.
Is him upsetting you?
I don't see it. I'm dying to see what he looks like. Just dying. There it is. Yeah, he looks like, you know what? He looks, to me,
The one from Sandra?
in my opinion, he looks like a meth head.
Great. Everybody else, we're just big slobs.
I started plumbing in 2006. when I graduated high school back in California. The market crashed and I moved to Colorado in 2009. I've been here plumbing ever since. I have a heavy commercial industrial background, so you know you'll be getting a high-quality installation. I got my master plumber's license in 2016 and have operating ever since. I can do all HVAC work as well.
Did you see his face? He looks like a kid.
He looks like
the little guy with looks like a baseball cap on.
Yeah, he looks like a ripoff.
Okay, got it. Right.
Put his crop it so it's his story and his face. Make it look like a mugshot. That's it. Make it look like a mugshot. You know what? It looks like a fucking mugshot. You know, you probably don't have to do much editing.
I hope not.
Do you want to take David's comment real quick, and then we move on from that?
Yeah, you can.
Mark,
free Sandra. Make sure we have all her info.
House inventory, babe.
Yes.
And 15 seconds.
In 15 seconds.
It's going to be a great day.
Hey, you know I'm easy to work with. In fact, they call me Easy. Anybody that's ever worked with me, that's my nickname.
They were saying Mark.
Free up her, though.
Easy.
Yeah. Okay.
Easy.
I know.
Sandra, we have all of your information, and we'll be in touch.
Blowing a gasket.
Oh, yeah. We're putting it on our
Welcome
YouTube
to the
live
show,
feed.
the only show of its kind. We are here to help you out. We're here to go after the bad guys, the scumbags of the world, the people that rip you off, the people that take advantage of you, the people that take $3,500 and don't deliver a furnace that's made for your trailer like Anthony Carroll did. But I'm not gonna talk about that the whole time. But I do not like this guy. We do have a comment on it. This poor guy, or this poor gal calls him up. He brings out the wrong furnace for a mobile home. She calls him on it, and basically he leaves. He takes that furnace. He takes the air conditioner and keeps her $3,500. Now, if you go to our YouTube channel, Suzanne, what's the easiest way to find it? You just
search Troubleshooter Network. Yep.
Search Troubleshooter Network on YouTube, and we're going to put up a mugshot of this guy, or I'm sorry, a next door photo of this guy that, in my opinion, looks like a mugshot. And by the way, Anthony, yeah, I'm entitled to my opinion like everybody else. And if you have an opinion and want to help Anthony out and basically say, hey, we really think you should probably at least return the furnace or the $3,500 and do the right thing, bro, you can reach him too at 720-751-7592. Now, I digress. I'm going to get on to other calls. Let's free that line up. I do want to stay on this guy, though. I do need to tell you, though, Water Pros has got something going on right now that's crazy. These guys have all the water systems the big competitors have, but they have them for up to a quarter of the price. Right now, this month, you can get a whole house water softener for under $2,000, and you'll get an under-the-sink ultra filtration system for pure drinking water as well. These guys have the best prices out there. If you're looking for any water system, they're licensed plumbers. They'll test your water for free. It's just a great deal. Give Paul a call, 303-862-5554, 303-862-5554. Now, let's move on here. 303-713-8255. It's Car Day. Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Autotech, Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. We have a car call right now. Joanne, then David and Donnie. Hold tight. One line open, 303 Martino. Joanne, what's going on?
Well, my granddaughter had a car, a 2012 Chevy Sonic, and she drove home from work, probably about 20 miles. The check engine light came on and said cylinder misfire. Came on once when she was coming home. She came home, parked the car. An hour and a half later, the engine compartment caught fire and totaled the car.
Oh, my God. And it wasn't running.
No, it was parked. It had been parked for about an hour and a half.
Oh, my.
And had someone not coming to visit them, they would not have known this had happened.
Well, Joanne, a couple things. Did the fire department come?
The fire department came, the police department came after they were notified that this had happened.
What did they?
Everybody was in the house.
Did the fire department? Oh, so it was in the garage?
No, it was parked outside.
But next
to a fence. next to the house.
I got you.
And had someone not come, was going to visit them, had come over, they would not have known this, and it probably would have taken out the house.
Did the fire department or anybody thereafter say what caused the fire?
She told them that's what she saw, that the cylinder misfire, came on once, and she just was close to home, so she came home, parked the car.
Kevin Calkin shared in Autotech. I mean, what are your thoughts on this? They're trying to say the fire had something to do with that, but that code is so common, it's crazy.
The first thing that comes to mind is possibly an injector leak.
You got a few minutes for us? Because I got to let Mark know you're on and that you got an update on the Christian Brothers thing.
Residual heat.
Okay.
How would you? We used to have a company
and if Mark
called
asks
Auto
about you,
MDs.
tell him what you have.
And he finally retired. But what they would do, I don't know if SOS does the same thing Paul did over there.
Okay.
But they would actually be. He could go out and tell you exactly what happened and how the fire started.
To a certain point, fires are very difficult because there's not much left.
I just meant about
By the time they put
the
fire out, there's no rubber, no wires, no anything to really go back on.
Did they have insurance, Joanne? I mean, I realize the house could have burned down and it's dangerous and everything, but did the car have at least full coverage to where
it's going to be a few minutes,
they
so just
got a new car?
Becomes a problem or something, okay?
No, because it was a 2012.
Okay, hang on.
She's 19 years old. She had liability on it, but it doesn't pay insurance on that.
Yeah, no, that's God. There's not much you can do. You would have to go after the car. Well, actually, even if it was something the car it did, I don't even think that would be anything because it's a 2012. I mean, I'm not sure. Unless if there was a big recall or something on the vehicle that they knew was dangerous or you could prove was dangerous and tie it back into the manufacturing or something. I mean, Jeff Vick, you got any thoughts on it?
Yeah, it would have to be still an open recall, which I mean she can easily check herself.
Yeah.
You can go to the NHTSA.gov/recalls. You can put your VIN in and see if there are any open recalls on that vehicle.
So, Joanne, I would do that first, and I'll have Jeff go ahead, give that website out again.
It's NHTSA.gov/recalls.
Yeah, which is National Transportation Highway
Transportation.
Yeah, and then /recalls, and then put your VIN in there, and anybody can do it. But what questions do you have? I mean, it's horrible she didn't have the coverage on it. What are your questions?
No, my only question was if anyone knew of a recall on this particular model of car.
Most and guys chime in, but Joanne, I'm sorry I cut you off, but most cars are going to have numerous recalls. I mean, I really don't care what they are. But what you're talking about is there's something that relates back to it could catch on fire. Did you guys happen to eyeball them?
I didn't see anything specific to that.
The only one I saw about a potential fire risk had to do with the fuel tank. And there's a lot of catastrophic stuff would have to happen after that fuel tank failed before that's going to catch ignition. They're talking about the fuel tank dropping out from underneath the car.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So there's nothing relevant.
Nothing to that.
So, Joanne, if that answers your question, there's nothing that could cause the problem that she had that's been recalled.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. That's what I wanted to know, if there was such a thing.
Got it. Hey, I appreciate your call, Joanne. You have a great weekend.
All right, you too. Thank you.
You're
Bye-bye.
welcome. That sucks, man. No insurance, car catches on fire. It's like everybody's nightmare. Imagine if it's in your garage. You could lose your house, your car, everything. 303-713-8255. That'll open up a line. David has a comment on Sandra's HVAC, and I'll recap real quick. Guy comes out, brings the wrong furnace. Okay? It's not made for a mobile home. Takes the furnace that's not right, keeps her $3,500, and it's telling us when we reached out, or telling Deputy Doc that he did $3,500 worth of work. So, and she has nothing, and I mean zero to show for it. Not even her old furnace at this point. What's your comment, David?
Hey, Mark. Put it this way: you cannot put a regular HVAC heater or air conditioner in a mobile home.
I know that.
It has to be a sealed combustible freaking water heater or even regular heater. If that was put in and that house catches fire, they're not going to cover a dime on that house. The insurance will not cover nothing.
No, there is no doubt it's dangerous, but it goes beyond that. Yeah. I mean, this guy shouldn't even be installing HVAC.
Yeah, if he's not licensed, that's a joke.
Well, he
You know what I
doesn't
mean?
even
Because I'll
really
tell you
have
what,
he's not even smart enough to realize that you got to have a certain furnace for a mobile home. That's why people go to school.
Right, you have to have a sealed combustible furnace, or you get carbon monoxide poisoning quick.
Yeah,
It will not work.
It's a really bad deal. I appreciate that comment, man. I got a bunch of emails saying the same stuff. You can't put that in there. And I knew that because we had a call years ago where someone did that and the place caught on fire. Luckily, no one died, but they were figuring who to go after, and sure enough, the person they were going after owned nothing. So they ended up losing their house. It was horrible, or losing their mobile home. All right, 303-713-8255. Donnie, tell me real quick, then I got to go to break. What is this towing issue?
Okay, so Wednesday night, my Jeep conked out at Circle K in Colorado Springs. I went in, I told the cashier I'll be back in the morning to get it out of there. They towed it about a couple hours before I got there, and they towed it at 6. I got there at 9.
All right, hold on. What's interesting in what he said is he told the person at Circle K, and I don't know if they left their shift or what happened there, but it sounds like he got towed. We're going to find out where that's going. Listen, 303-MARTINO, 303-713-8255. You want help with something, you give us a call. We have 2 lines open, 303-MARTINO. And Deputy Gearhead has an update on Christian Brothers. We'll recap that when we come back. Everybody hold tight.
Who's Deputy Gearhead?
Okay, here's Boonstra. Fix it.
Do you know who Deputy Gearhead is?
Do you?
No.
It's a new guy. I've heard of him.
Banugi.
Yeah,
Hey,
we
Mark.
have a good handshake.
here's
All
your
right,
guy.
I want to tell you about Fix It 24/7. Right now, $39 gets a licensed technician in your home. It can be for anything. It's a full diagnostic report on HVAC or on electric or on plumbing for $39. A licensed tech in your home to diagnose anything. You're not going to get a better deal than that. Fix It 24/7. You can check them out at fixmyhome.com. Mention the $39 special, or go to fixmyhome.com, fixmyhome.com. You get the idea. I am going to say it again, fixmyhome.com. Now, let me tell you about Boonstra Excavation. These guys are septic system nerds. And what I mean by that is that's what they live and breathe. They have an excavation company, but 95% of the work they do is repairing septic systems, installing new septic systems, designing septic systems, and they do it for a far less price than any of the competition. They can do replacement of the old tanks themselves. They can do replacements of the entire leach field. Maybe you just want a diagnostics or know the condition of a septic system on a home you're buying. These guys do it all this month. 20% off all products, all services. They have free diagnostics on septic issues. 970-278-6151. 970-278-6151. They work the entire Front Range. They work the mountains. They work where a septic system is. Or check them out at septiccolorado.com. Now I need to tell you about another great company, American Restoration. I love rocking the guys. Here's what they do. Any issue you have, maybe a flood or a fire at your house, or you have a rental and someone was cooking up meth or doing something like that, American Restoration can get you everything back to normal in your house, and they do a great job working with your insurance company, and they're licensed for everything. These guys know what they're doing. They can do anything, even the meth labs, the asbestos. They have all the EPA certifications. They have all the asbestos certifications. They can do the safe removal. They can even do toxic mold. I'm looking at a cheat sheet here. And on top of that, listen to this. All the newest equipment. I've known Rock now probably about 10 years, and we have sent him to numerous different people, and not one time have we had a complaint on them. More than 20 years experience. They can do it all. Write this number down. It's one of these companies. When you need it, you need it. When that floodwater's there, you need it. When the fire's there, you need it. You're not going to need it till then, so put them in. American Restoration, 833-7-AM-REST, 833-7-AM-REST.
Boomskis.
Dragonator.
Oh, I got quite a bit of sleep last night, but
I don't understand how Don Lemon, I'm reading this whole apologies. Like, I didn't mean to offend anybody. What I said came out wrong.
What was he trying to say?
Well, that's what I don't understand.
What
how you're
did he
referring,
say?
He said that Nikki Haley is too old. She's past her prime.
Too old for what?
Women. Or a woman at her age is too old. She's past her
For
prime.
what, though? To run for president?
Yes.
Yes.
But men, of course, that are in their 80s are fine.
Exactly.
Right. It's absurd.
Well,
but what I said
that sounds
came
very
out,
odd.
and I wished I hadn't
Excuse
said it,
Don
but
Lemon.
what were you trying to
I
say?
can't stand Dom.
No,
I
he's an
can't
idiot.
stand the guy.
But the CNN boss chewed him out. Like, you know.
What? So in his apology, when he's saying it's not what he meant, they're not saying what he meant.
No.
Of course not. None of these apologies.
I didn't mean to offend anyone. What?
That's a good go-to line.
Yeah.
Not like I wasn't here when it happened.
Nikki Haley. I'd vote for her. I'd vote for Nikki. I hope DeSantis runs up.
You know what's
He's out beating Trump right now,
Right.
which is good in the
My
straw
thing
poll.
about Nikki is that if she does run, it takes away the race card and the gender card from the Democrats.
Right. The thing I fear about DeSantis beating out Trump in a primary, Trump will turn around and try to run as an independent and split the vote.
Maybe. I don't know if he would do that or not, honestly.
I think his ego getting the
His
I'll tell
ego,
you,
yeah.
If Trump doesn't run, the Republicans will have a president in 2024 because Biden cannot be reelected.
Well, he might. He hasn't even.
He said no, he did. He said he's running again.
He did?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Democrats are going to find a way to push him off the ticket before he gets there.
Push him off the cliff.
They have to because he's incompetent.
I heard he shot down a balloon at a kid's birthday.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? Jim, hi. In a sentence or less, what did you want to talk to Mark about on the show today?
You know
They
what I
are
don't-
saying the one that got shot down over Alaska was a club.
Yeah, it was a hobby
To the
balloon.
source
Now, do you get
agent.
paid back for that? Does the government write you a check for
It
your
was
weather
a $12
balloon?
balloon.
You're breaking up just a little bit. The
Well, if
IRS
it-
wants
but it wasn't the
Colorado.
I
balloon.
want my
What?
$2.
But it was interfering with civil aviation. That was the problem. They're flying at 20,000 feet. It's interfering with civil aviation.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
Wasn't?
Yeah.
You're never going to hear the truth about it. Because they're not even saying it's 100%, but their balloon was in the area.
Okay.
And it went off.
Okay, I understand what you're
as they
saying.
were shooting
You
down
are
the
breaking up
shooter.
pretty bad. I don't know if there's a certain
That's not
place you can.
conclusive to
That's
say
okay.
there's
I
not.
understand what you're saying. I am going to try to get our tax expert on that if Mark wants, but you do got a call ahead of you, okay? A couple calls, okay?
I'm going to do 888.
Great, Jim. And it's Jim as in James, correct? Am I hearing you right? It's not Tim, it's Jim with a J. Okay.
All right, 303-713-8255. We have one line open. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of, a comment on anything. And let's not forget about Anthony Carroll that owes this lady $3,500, in my opinion. He's ghosting us. You can check him out. Go to YouTube. You can see our live stream. We're going to put his picture up. Looks like a mugshot to me. I wonder where this picture came from. Oh, it came from Nextdoor. By the way, I highly suggest you don't use Nextdoor, but I only say that because the only time we hear about him is when a contractor rips somebody off. It's about the only time we hear of Nextdoor. 303-713-8255 is our number. And I do want to tell you real quick about OneClearChoiceDoors.com. You need a garage door, you want it done right. I've personally used these guys numerous times. They had a deal going. I think it's $349. A new belt-driven garage door opener, fully installed, $349. What I loved about the new ones we got, guys, I got my automotive guys in. Do you have old chain-driven garage door openers at home? God, are they loud? Like someone opens it up in the whole house, you can hear someone's home. These new ones, these belt-driven, I say new, I mean, I might be dating myself. They are so quiet.
It's amazing.
My
It's
son had them
amazing.
come out and replace the garage door. He said they were terrific. He's very happy with them.
You check them out. They have showrooms. If you're looking for new doors, they have 24/7 emergency service. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. All right, 303-713-8255. Let me jump back into this. Let me see where I left off.
With Donnie, he's been holding for 2 hours.
Oh,
Mark.
Donnie in Colorado Springs, this poor guy. Donnie, his freaking car got towed. Donnie, you went to a Circle K. Your car broke down. You went in. You told the clerk you were going for a little bit and you were going to come back and get it, and I assume you came back and it was towed, right?
It was during the snowstorm Wednesday evening.
Got it.
6 p.m. And I just got a hip replacement, so I couldn't push it back. I was getting air in my tire, and then it conked out. So I said I'll be back in the morning, and I knew the lady. She's a cashier there. She's a sharp lady. Used to be an RN, so it's not some flaky person who doesn't pay attention. So I figured I was good, but I guess the night manager never got the message, and so the day manager had it towed at 5:30 the next morning.
Well, here's the bad news. I don't think they owe you anything. I think it's it's extremely unfortunate.
It's not them I'm complaining about. That was an honest mistake.
Got it.
Hang on. You're next.
By the way,
Hang on.
talking to the lady. So the manager did look at the camera and it said, "Oh, I see you're telling her."
Oh, I get it.
Klaus Towing is really a ripoff because they charge $250 to do the tow, and then they charge $150 for 6 hours if it's been there 6 hours, and $50 a day. So by the time I get my Social Security check in about 10 days, I'm going to be up to around $750. So I'm going to lose my Jeep.
This is horrible, man. I know the new towing laws. I'm going to tell you something, and Suzanne...
You want me to tell him off air?
No, I'm going to go ahead and tell everybody this. They have to release that. You know what I'd like to do is get...
He doesn't want to talk about that,
I know
Mark.
he doesn't. I know he doesn't.
I'll ask.
All right, just ask him for me. Tell him it's not him. It's not Wyatt's. I want to say something, Donnie, and I'm not kidding, and I want to clarify it, but the way I read the new towing laws in Colorado, if you don't have the money, they have to give you that car back for, I think, $60. So if you can come up with $60, I do believe they have to hand over the keys to you and you can leave. Now, you're still, hold on, you're still going to owe them the rest of the money, but they can't use the car as the collateral for it. They have to release the car. You pay them the $60. I do want to get clarification, and if there's any tow truck drivers out there, the problem is tow truck drivers don't want to talk about it, or actually it's not the tow truck drivers, it's the impound lots, because this vastly affects their business. I mean, think about that, guys. I mean, I would hate that if I was in the towing business or in the yard business and it came down to it, but it is what it is. Whether you like it or not, it got brought up, it passed, and I'm not sure if it got voted on, but it's a law now. So that is a law.
That law because there was a lot of rip-offs going on, right, Tom?
Well, it's not necessarily rip-offs. There's a lot of unfair practices. I don't know if I want to call that a rip-off. If you're parked in a place you shouldn't be parked, like let's say it's my parking spot or Deputy Doc's parking spot where he lives, I have no problem getting your car towed, and really I would have your car towed if you were in my spot. In your circumstance, I think that's kind of why this law is in effect. It's more out of fairness than anything, but there's parts of the law I don't like. I'll say it, but there's parts of the law I do like. They can no longer tow you for not having a current registration, which I think is a good thing. Getting towed for having a license plate out of date, to me, is ridiculous. But if you're in someone else's spot, I think you should get towed, and they can tow you. I want you to, Donnie, so just keep listening, okay? And we're going to try to get clarification, but I'm pretty sure if you go down there right now and say, hey, I know the new towing laws, you got to let my car go. I don't get my Social Security check till now. You have to let me go for $60. And if they do not do it, I want you to call us back. But I don't think you're going to have any option. Here's the deal, though, guys. They're not going to tell you that. I mean, years ago, you were in the towing business, Kevin.
Yeah.
Years and years ago, I don't even know how you would run an impound lot with that kind of rule.
Well, no, but how big? Because the lot's not free. I mean, you got to fence it. You're liable for security,
you got
and
to.
storage, and everything.
And
goes
once
with
again,
it.
they can still go back after and get a judgment and get paid
Yeah,
eventually.
but you know the expense of that, and trying to chase down, 500 people a year?
It's absolutely insane. So I'm not saying I agree with the law, but that is how it is right now. And, Suzanne, if you can just get clarification from that, or if there's a tow truck driver or a yard operator, call right now, 303-MARTINO, kind of give us a skinny on it and how it's affecting your business. I'd love to hear that. Because here's the deal, though. I know they have to have it posted somewhere or something. I don't know the exact verbiage.
Well, they also have to give them a 24-hour notice.
But
the owner of the vehicle.
Not in a case like this, they don't.
Like in condos or townhomes or someplace.
If it's not in an assigned area or an area that requires a permit. Most of these apartment complexes have one or the other.
Gotcha.
So it really doesn't help. But the 24-hour notice does come in some circumstances. All right, 303-713-8255. Deputy Gearhead has a Christian Brothers update. Here's basically what happened. I'll say it quick. Guy brings his 04 BMW X5 to Christian Brothers. And they diagnose some coolant leaks. And the first one they do is a thermostat housing and a thermostat, and he had the same problem a few days later, so they had to bring it back. When the guy brought it back, though, they actually did the sensor for free. They said he needed a sensor. Then, I guess he had to bring it back again, according to the caller, and it needed a reservoir, and they did the reservoir for free. But at some point, they said, look, we don't want to deal with you anymore, or we don't know how to fix it or something. Suzanne talked to him over there, but Deputy Gearhead, one of our deputies, called over there. What did Christian Brothers, what is the update, Deputy Gearhead? And by the way, welcome to the family.
Hey, thanks for having me, Mark.
Donnie?
Hey, I called over there to Christian Brothers. The vehicle came in. They pressure tested the vehicle. They found a leak at the thermostat housing. They went ahead and replaced the T-stat and housing together. It's one unit. The guy left, came back a couple days later, said, hey, still have a leak. It's still low. They went ahead and found a crack in the radiator drain plug. They replaced that at no charge. A couple days later, it came back again. At that point, they thought maybe it's just a level sensor issue. So they replaced the coolant reservoir and sensor for free, gave it back, but before they gave it back, they also did a block test to see if it had a head gasket problem.
With cast iron,
that passed as well. It's important to remember that on this style, when you take off
gotcha, man. I'm sorry. What's going on then?
Reservoir cap, the coolant reservoir cap, it's got like a little bobber that comes up, and that lets you know if it's full or not. You don't fill that thing till you can actually see coolant at the level of the cap.
You can't overfill it, in other words.
Well,
14
days? You
days?
could easily overfill it. And
No, I'm sorry, Deputy. What I'm saying, though, is you're not supposed to overfill
It's like a payday loan at 41%
correct,
interest.
you're not supposed to overfill it. And what they suspect is that the customer got the car back, and he said that he had added coolant every time. And what they suspect is that he's popping the cap and seeing that it's not filled up to the brim,
and is that industry
adding
standard,
coolant
or
each
is
time.
that just
but
what
they
you
could not
do?
get it to fail. They drove it multiple times, performed all the testing that I would do, and could not find a problem.
So here's the good news, then.
I'm sorry.
Here's what I love. First of all, great
Awesome,
work.
Martin.
Great work, Gearhead.
Man, I won't use your
It's
name or
going to
anything,
Sheridan
and
Auto
I
Tech next
will
week.
not.
Kevin's going to look
not.
at it and see
I'll
if there's
explain
any
tomorrow.
issues
Thanks,
with it.
man.
If it's not, I think
Bye.
we got to the bottom
Sure.
of it.
Bye.
And this guy, he should be very grateful to Christian Brothers.
Yeah, so they weren't really washing their hands of them.
They're saying it's fine now.
They're saying it's good to go.
Yeah, which is completely different of washing their hands of it.
Yes.
So maybe he truly doesn't understand this reservoir can't be overfilled, and he is topping it off. But what I'm curious is, he made it sound like, and Deputy Gearhead, you might know the answer to this, the caller made it sound like the light was still coming on, though.
That's what it sounded like to me. I didn't get to hear the entire conversation, but the Christian Brothers was unable to find a fault anymore at this time.
I got you.
We've done everything we can.
I got you. That was it. They're saying the car works fine. So we're going to know, and we're going to hear from you. I want you to call in with that update next week, Kevin.
Of course.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, Ben.
Deputy Gearhead has a really cool YouTube channel. It's Griffzilla Garage.
Griffzilla Garage. Now, why are you Deputy Gearhead? Why are you a gearhead? Did you work in the business forever? Or tell us a little bit about you real quick.
Yeah, so I started 20 years ago at the bottom as a lot tech and just worked real hard and got to be at the top of my field and continue to do it to this day. It's funny. I would tell people I'm not really a car guy. I'm just really proficient at working on them.
You're not into them. You like fixing them.
I love fixing stuff.
Very cool. Let's get him in studio one of these days on a Friday, too, to meet the guys.
Sweet.
That'll be interesting, Kevin. I'm looking forward to Sheridan Auto Tech, you guys taking a look at that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll get to the bottom of it.
All right, 303-713-8255. We got some lines open. We got a Tabor tax issue. I'll be curious what that is. You know, the government found a way around Tabor. You guys know what it is, right? They just call it fees.
Sweet,
They're
man,
not supposed to raise taxes. They're supposed to give us the excess money back. And now, instead of calling them taxes, this person we voted in just calls them fees and charges. So I'll be curious what Jim's got to say. 303-713-8255.
I like Leland's name.
Huh?
I like Leland's name for him.
What is it?
Governor McPhee much?
McPhee much, yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
K&H.
I'm so tired of fees and taxes. I just got done with an Aurora City tax audit, sales and use tax audit.
Yeah, you and I were talking about that a couple weeks ago.
I just cannot keep up with what we have to pay tax on in Aurora.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name?
We don't, you know, it's ridiculous.
Robin, hey, in a sentence or less, what would you like to talk to Mark about on the show today?
They're good about it. I mean, we talked, you know, you should have paid tax on this, you should, you know, I'm trying to work out penalties and stuff.
Pretty much I pay tax on just about anything that I'm not selling to the customer.
Okay.
I get that, but I'm talking about like software. You know, you got a subscription.
Hey, I'm sorry, Robin. I'm sorry to interrupt. Hang on. What did he say?
Become the banker's phone number, please.
Okay, that's what I'm doing.
All right, hold on, guys. KH Home Solutions, man, February is Sweethearts Month. It's Valentine's season. K&H Home Solutions has a sweetheart deal for you. 35% off windows, siding, and doors. Provia, Softlight, James Hardy, and more. They have all the great brands out there. But listen to that, 35% off, and that's a real deal right now. This is the time of year to finally get that quote done. Make that house look brand new. New siding, new windows, new doors. K&H Home Solutions. Take advantage of the 35%. And if you look at some of that James Hardy and their Provia and their Softlight line, you're going to absolutely love the products these guys sell. Your house will look brand new. It'll improve the value of your house beyond anything you can imagine. 303-421-7100. 303-421-7100. Now, Joe and Jordan over at Become the Banker, they have different financial products. One of them is going to be right for you. What I highly suggest is you ask them about the Become the Banker program. What this does is backed by life insurance, and it guarantees a return. You cannot lose money like you can in the stock market. They also have some great annuity products right now to where with the bonus up to 15%, you can have a paycheck for life when you retire. But these are the guys we trust. Reach out to them. You can meet them in person. You can do a webinar. You don't have to have a ton of money. Start thinking of that retirement. 303-779-6600. Guaranteed returns. 303-779-6600. Talk about getting money in your pocket. David Ellis Jewelers, these guys will buy anything. How about a tangled necklace that's been sitting in that drawer, or maybe one earring because you lost the other? How about a broken watch? How about coins? Anything with precious metals. They will write you a check. They'll weigh it. They'll pay it right there on site. It's way better than any kind of pawn store. They give you a very fair price for everything, and you leave with cash in hand. 3rd and Clayton in Denver. You can check them out at 2640 East 3rd Avenue, 3rd and Clayton, or go to David Ellis Jewelry, martinostory.com.
Thank you for calling the Martino Show. Please hold.
Okay, she's got towing clarification. Isn't that
I
odd,
look
though?
like
Most
an
people don't
internet
know that,
pro
guys.
today, Mark.
What, the towing laws?
There's no way to secure it.
Well, but it's going to put guys out of, and there's a reason people are getting their cars towed.
Oh.
You know, if I come in and my customers can't park because the guy around the block parked 15 cars in front of my door,
you're screwed.
I have to give him 24-hour notice to move the cars. I mean, shit like that, that's crazy.
It's insane.
You know? And there's a reason they do the registration. They don't want storage. So if that car's not registered, it's the only way they can enforce without marking the tires and everything else. That's why they do it, not to pick on people that don't have money. You know, if it's not registered, it's not roadworthy.
Okay, and that's and you said that's Denver Auto Body?
Well, most of them, yeah.
Okay.
Like that.
All right. So you're
And
gonna
then
go by
COVID
Robin,
kinda
hang
killed that
tight,
whole
listen
thing
to
anyway.
the phone and let's get this on with the guys, okay? Thank you. Ooh.
No, it's a thankless job towing cars up parking lots.
Dude, I have never had someone call up and go, God, we love Wyatt's. Best company we ever met.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name?
We started towing off the pay park lots downtown in the 80s.
Tess, you said?
It was very lucrative, but we got just all kinds of lawsuits.
Oh, Cass,
But people
Cass.
just pay it
Hey,
rent.
Cass,
They
in a
don't-
sentence
they
or
don't
less,
put
what would you like to talk
$1
to
in.
Mark about on the show today?
Figuring nobody's watching. You know, the guy who's
Us?
down in the parking lot down there watching.
Hospital bills. Got it. Hang tight.
That's
Listen, got
booted
some
by
calls ready.
Wyatt.
Listen to
That
the
guy,
phone
for
when you
some
hear your
reason,
name,
when he
someone
said he
give Mark
started
your
in the lot, the
question.
first
Yes?
thing that came to my head was lot lizard.
Lot lizard.
I almost said, so you were a lot lizard?
He said
And then
yes.
I'm thinking, oh, wait.
He'd say yes. That's.
Oh,
that's
we
a
do
fair-
everything on air, Cass. You got a few minutes? All right.
Not
hang
if you're
tight. Listen to
currently
the phone.
one, but if you're a former, you can joke about it.
A former, what's the
Former
other? Oh,
lot lizard.
Shagman. That's actually the
Shagman.
job,
Yeah.
too, right?
Yeah.
Whatever happened to Shagman and Rockies?
Shagman and the other one, I think the cop or the
Troubleshooter.
woman,
What is your
they have
first
a
name?
new gig with somebody I saw recently.
Doing some advertising.
Dale, hi. In a sentence or less,
Yeah,
what did you want
what's
to
her
talk to
name?
Mark
That's
about on the show today?
I saw the same thing.
I don't even remember, but I'm like, holy shit, Shagman found another
Is
shag
Rockies
guy.
still open?
No.
Really?
God.
They went out of business?
Yeah. His kid had so many
Like
problems.
an internet troll. That is cruel.
Something about kids and that.
Okay, wait a second. Are you
There's
having a
another
problem
one
with
that ran out of
Plumline
me
then?
that ran hugely successful.
Okay, I'm going to take your information so you can talk to Mark about it. Hang
The
on
one
a
on
minute after
Parker
the
went,
show. Hang on just a second
God,
here.
we did advertising
Plumline
for a little bit, but the
complaint.
COVID
What is
killed
your
it. I
last
can't think of the
name?
name of it. It's a huge place. They were great guys. I mean,
Is that first letter B as in boy, I heard?
I've heard
Okay,
of them.
phone
It
number?
was a boss deputy.
That's amazing.
303-810-0492.
Well, that's exactly what
Would that be
Rockies.
the
It's
phone
not
number
that the kid
Plumline
took
has
it
on file
over.
for you as
The
well?
kid, I think one of the kids ended up.
Okay,
I'm going
perfect.
off memory.
Now, what
I
happened?
think one of
So
them
you
committed
had
suicide. The other had a big
appointment
drug
set for
problem.
them to come out today, and
So
what
it was
happened?
more of just the madness. And then their problem, in my opinion, they stuck with that old school, like, you know, you come in and we drive you around in golf carts and we've got arcade games and the popcorn machine and a clown running around. It was just so old school. They never got into the computer inventory. People didn't want that. They want to come in and feel real comfortable. They kind of want more of a dentist office than they want a carnival when they're buying a car.
For today. They called yesterday
They would
for
have
today.
stuff, and I don't think
okay?
they've done this for a while, but where you'd get in the box if you buy a car and you grab the dollar bills. I mean. All right, 303-713-8255. Yeah. Suzanne, you've got clarification on towing.
hang on.
And we had a caller call up. He got his vehicle. Oh, this poor guy got his vehicle towed. It broke down during a snowstorm at Circle K. He told the clerk, but anyhow, it ends up getting towed. She probably didn't tell the next clerk. The problem is he doesn't get his Social Security check till another 10 days, and by the time that happens, he's going to owe $700 to $1,000. And I told him, I said, I'm pretty sure the new towing law, they can, if you show up with $60, they have to give it to you. They can come after you for the deficiency. But what'd you find out, babe?
Okay, so this isn't from Trevor, who you were talking about.
Yep.
It's from an angel, a bird. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
But yes, they do have to release it for $60. It's about 50 pages of paperwork. It's the same as a 41% interest payday loan.
Yep.
And you got to pay it back in 14 days, or they come get your vehicle.
Oh, they can come
Yeah.
get the vehicle. Okay, I am very glad we clarified that. So once again, if your vehicle gets towed for whatever reason, it doesn't matter, and you need to get your vehicle back to get to work, bottom line is, if you don't have the money, you tell them I don't have the money, they have to cut you loose for $60, and I think it's either $60 or 10%, whichever's less. So $60 would generally be less. So,
and
what's the bad news again? Say that again.
It's about 50 pages of paperwork.
Yep.
And it's basically the same as a 41% interest payday loan kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a high interest rate loan.
Yeah.
And if you do not, here was the part that caught me. If you do not pay them in 14 days, they can hook the car.
That is how I understood
now,
it. This person's listening, so call me back if I got it wrong.
Yeah, please, or email help@troubleshooter.com because we got full lines. But please clarify that if you know the answer. And then a secondary question, does the clock, this will sound goofy, but we do live in Colorado, does the clock start again? In other words, they come hook it because I didn't pay them in 14 days. I show up, and I tell them I only got $60. Do we start over?
Oh, that's
weird.
weird.
I think that's a repo at that point.
I don't know how it works. I don't know. I have not heard about that 14-day part.
But 41% on a loan, that's incredible.
Well, he might not be right on the interest rate. I'm not so sure if they can do that.
That's what he said. And I said, is that industry standard or is that something that you do? And he says
That's
that
special.
they
That
basically
goes with
all
his law.
use one company, the same company, to process that loan.
So,
That
God, I
goes
didn't
with
even
this
know
law.
all that paperwork, too. Those
It's
poor
the
yards
hammer.
are probably thinking, geez, just give it to them. I don't want to do 50 pages of paperwork. It's crazy. When government gets involved with stuff like that, they do think they're helping. They really do. But honestly, it doesn't help in some circumstances.
No,
This
it was
could put-
well intended, but it made a mess out of it.
Well, right now, I think Denver or Colorado in general is thinking on putting rent controls like they have in New York City and a lot of other states. I think we're one of 35 that I read on the article that do not have any kind of rent control. The problem with rent control is we are so short on housing right now in Metro Denver, it's crazy. People can't find an apartment. When you put rent controls in place, that doesn't breed people to come in and start building new complexes. They're like, my God, we'll never make a profit. So all they're doing is hurting the problem that they have right now. They need to encourage growth, not subside growth. But, Jeff, you were saying something.
No, she mentioned something that there's one company that's doing these loans on that. So in other words, by the sounds of it, the towing company is not going to be making that 41%. So this loan company is probably paying off that debt. They assume the debt. So they're getting the 41%. So it's in their interest to buy it up front,
Boy,
and then they collect on the back end.
Suzanne, you 100% trust the information from whomever.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I don't care if they
Well,
come
we can
on
get
with
the
like a hidden
details,
voice
yeah.
or something. Hello, yes, this is Sarah. I would love to be able to ask a few questions if you can pull that out, or just get something from them in writing. But I get it. I get it. If I was in the biz, too, I'd be like, why is he telling everybody this? All right, Jim, Robin, Case, whoever's on 4, hold tight. I promise, right to the phones after this.
Okay, I'm very
this
sorry
Tabor
about that,
tax,
Bill. I had
Denver
to
auto
work out
body
on the
problem.
show. Okay,
Oh,
so
my
let me
God,
recap
Cass's
so far.
issue we hear all the
signed up
time.
for the VIP program. They came out for a free maintenance on a furnace,
so
but
it's
they
just like
installed the boiler, so they should have known it was a boiler.
programs they try to sell
Your
inside your
appointment
shop.
was for today. They
We
called you
make sure you
yesterday.
get
They
paid.
said they're coming
Oh,
out
yeah,
today
yeah.
And then
between 8
we'll
and
collect the
12.
interest
You
on the
said
back
no,
end.
Well, what if you
it's
sell
1 to
your-
5. Then they called your wife this AM instead of you to say they're coming out from 8 to 12.
They can still come after you for
Do I have
they,
that
they
right
can't
so
repo
far?
it, obviously, at
They
that
can't repo
point.
the car,
but
but yeah.
well, obviously, they're going to come after you for the money. Because if you had a $600 bill, 41%.
There's more to it.
If you filled out all that paper, guess what?
I think that's
You on the hook.
predatory lending. I didn't even know you could do that
See,
within
now they're
itself.
saying on here 15% not to exceed $60.
Yeah, either or.
Yeah.
No, not to exceed.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm
So
saying.
it's
Whichever's
gonna be
less.
That's to
Now,
get
did
the
you
car
read
out
them out, or
there.
did you just tell
So
them
it's
to
generally, I would
forget
think,
it?
going to be $60.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Then you fill out them
Okay.
papers.
Alrighty then. Okay, and I'm sending this over to Bob Logan. So, and let me just reconfirm, 303-810-0492. Okay, I'm going to let the owner
You know,
know.
any
okay,
divorce
sir?
or family
They'll figure this out for
family
you.
issues.
Okay,
I want you to
bye-bye.
remember this name, Rich and Rich and Harris. It's the Harris Law Firm. They have something most places do not have, and I highly recommend you have this done. if you're thinking of a divorce, and it's called an early neutral assessment. What they do is they paint a very detailed picture of what your life is going to look like after a divorce. So if you've been kind of on the fence, oh, I don't know about splitting up the assets, selling the house, what's going to happen to the kids, what's going to happen to the pets, any part of a divorce, the early neutral assessment will paint a picture of what most likely the outcome will be. And then you will have that guidance or wisdom, if you will, to make a proper judgment on how to move forward. Call them up, ask them about it if you've been thinking of a divorce. It might not be right for you. Hey, there's reasons people get divorced, and there's reasons people stay married. These guys can help you through all of them. 303-515-5000. 25 attorneys at their firm, 25 years in the business. You know, that's like 250 collective years of experience. They've done over 8,000 cases. You get the idea. They're the real deal. 303-515-5000 or harrisfamilylaw.com. Okay, so I got to do... What did your interest rate turn out when you closed, Doc? Do you even know?
I forget. I don't know offhand.
Yeah. Well, you don't even need to use the money, so you really could care less.
Right. So you hear everybody's getting, all the women are getting off on Tiger Woods?
They're what?
Because on one of the holes, he outdrove Rory, so they gave him a tampon. It's like, okay, you're a girl, and now everybody's getting upset because they said it was a juvenile prank that's below.
Jesus,
people need to lighten it.
It was, and it is.
But yeah,
I would agree.
But it's funny.
Yeah, you're right.
It's funny.
I'm a child at heart. Yes.
It's between the two of them.
All right, hold on, guys. Oh, I got a minute. Probably. I don't know why. What's up? I bet you I know, but please do. Text it.
Yeah, probably not if you're hitting it directly into the vehicle.
What's
you don't
that?
take pictures of a vehicle that
I
you're
won't risk
towing
it, but
off
gotcha.
property.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
It's assumed that you damaged it.
Well, okay, that part sucks, but I'll say this once again about Wyatt's. Any problem we ever had with Wyatt's,
they have pictures.
Prior to any of that, they've always had before and after pictures.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Or my favorite one was the guy, this moron calls up, says they towed him in his own space. So what he was saying was, they drove by his apartment complex, they picked his car up, they moved his car out of his own space, then took the picture of it in the wrong space.
Martino, did I get that all right?
That's what they did. Because they had nothing better to do in the city that night than to move his car. It couldn't have been he was drunk as a skunk and parked in the wrong spot.
Creative, yeah.
Well, my favorite was the guy that the T-case blew out from underneath the truck, and he thought it was because they towed it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
What happened?
The transfer case blew out from underneath the truck.
And the truck was already, like, all screwed up, if I recall.
I guarantee it had bad U-joints and blew the thing apart when he was driving down the road, and you want to blame it on them? Shut up.
Had to be a Chevy.
It was a Ford.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, it's like,
okay.
why would you
So,
like
Martin,
not
let me
walking
stop.
around
Let
your
me
rental
stop you
car?
right
Did you
there.
walk around your rental
You
car?
are very hard to
Check
hear
for-
and understand.
I have
but
right
what
here
I
on
think
this
I'm
phone,
hearing you
any
say
rental car I've
is
had in
you
the
can-
last
the
3
tow
years
company
since I've
can
had
have
this
pictures,
car
right?
is a full video of when I pick it up and
Is that
when I drop
correct?
it off. And I got a secret, too. As I'm going around, I'm always like, scratch there,
Martin, are
scratch
you there?
here, scratch
Troubleshooter
there.
show.
Windshield could be...
Is this Martin?
So, if there's any issue, I
Okay,
already
let's-
covered it.
Sorry about that. Let's start all over. So did you
I got
say
one from
the
3
tow
days
company-
ago I did when I was in Louisiana. I did run one into a brick one day. I screwed it up pretty good, man. But my Capital One card paid the whole thing. Everything. It was like $3,000.
Wow.
It was coming out of the airport in Dallas, Houston, and I pulled up to one where there wasn't a human, and I had to have a human. I don't even remember why. I think I had a weird hotel thing that I had to have a human, and I was like, shit. So I had to reverse, and there's cement blocks on both sides, and I just scuffed the shit out of the car on one side.
You're lucky it wasn't those reverse
Oh,
spikes.
Shit, it would have been cheaper. A couple tires would have been way cheaper. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my God, I don't know if I have credit card coverage. Sure enough, I found out I forgot what card I put it on because I prepaid. And I found out that my Spark card, sure enough, would cover it, but I was convinced I put it on another card that wouldn't. And I got lucky and I put it on the right card. Okay. So now I either use my Amex or my green Spark card.
It's the only reason I even have an Amex is to rent cars and different things.
They cover all kinds of shit.
Well, you know.
And if you ever have an issue with travel and everything, they have travel insurance tied to it, everything.
They're good.
Yeah.
Although I won't accept an Amex.
I don't either.
They fucking kill you. And do people even take Discover anymore?
Yeah, I take Discover.
Yeah.
Do you?
I don't even see him. I don't see him anymore.
Yeah.
I don't say exactly.
Well, they were used to be tied to Sears. Sears
right.
was the one that started.
Hold on, guys. You know, if you got to move or relocate, you got to get a mortgage. You have another kid and you don't have enough bedrooms, you got to get a mortgage. Here's who I'd use right now. Ideal Home Loans. I've been talking about these guys for, my goodness, 10, 15 years. Wonderful, wonderful people. And here's why. If you have to get a mortgage now or refi, you need some cash out, pay that high credit card debt. You realize when interest rates do go down, they're going to refi you for free. That is their guarantee to you. Once a customer, you're always going to be a customer. They call it the Ideal Loyalty Program.
Okay, thank you so
and
much
once
for that
again, rates are going to go down again, but if you need a house or need to upgrade or need that cash, you got to get that loan now. And if you do, when rates go down, they're going to refi you for free. Ideal Home Loans for your next Ideal Home Loan. 303-867-7000. 303-867-7000. Now.
And if you got to move, use Move Masters. I got to give them
You love those guys.
These guys are great. They're reliable, they're inexpensive, and they never come in over their estimate.
I love it. Let's
Hey,
get them
Mark,
on the referral list. Yes, ma'am.
Real quick, I've got a little more clarification on the towing.
On the towing, new towing laws, Colorado, they have to release your car if you tell them you don't have money for $60.
That's correct. So he said it's basically the same as a buy here, pay here kind of loan. They use a payroll a paycheck company, loan company,
sure,
to eliminate their liability and chase and that kind of thing. But they put a lien on the vehicle. And then at the 14 days is arbitrary. They can work with each customer for,
yeah, of course,
with their terms
and conditions. If they're making payments, of course.
And the percentage is arbitrary, but he said that's what most are using is the 41%.
Which is probably the max.
But then the paycheck company will call them, the ones that process the loan, and say, hey, they made 3 payments, but they missed this last one. It's been over a month. And they can go and hook the car because there's a lien on it.
So I want to say this again real quick. Thank you for that update,
sometimes
Suzanne.
They just put a lien on the car with no loan at all.
Real quick, here's once again government thinking they're doing something good. So instead of someone waiting and maybe not being able to get their car out for 4 or 5 days or till Friday's paycheck comes, now they can get it out for $60 and possibly owe $2,000 or $3,000. Yeah. Once again, it's government getting their face in something. I would bet a lot of times the consumer ends up worse, and we'll find out. We'll be back after this.
And
this guy's a perfect example. $750 he's got to pull out of Social Security.
So what is your first name?
But if he goes and does a 60 right now and forgets to pay, they could fucking repo it. His car's gone, or
he's still going to have the same bill, but now he's going to have interest.
He's going to have 41%.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And they could take the fucking car.
Yeah.
And how many people read a 50-page declaration?
Nobody.
My limit is 45.
He's motivated because he wants his car.
Yeah. I stopped it.
When you close on a house, it's paper.
Unless you
paper.
come back and
it's
get
like
your
when you're
shit.
trying to update something on the computer. I've read all the
right.
Yeah, sure you have. All
why
27
pages. Why do I need to read 3 pages for updating the firmware on my printer?
And what area of town are you in? Are you towards the Springs? Or are you up this way?
It's like, oh shit. So Tesla's the same way. They'll have an update come up, and it's like you got to agree to it, and you're like, how the fuck do I know what that means? Yeah. I would have no idea what that means. You've got to change XYZ to 42187. Fuck you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. Yes, they sure are. Oh.
I wouldn't mind seeing a movie.
I actually signed fewer papers a couple weeks weeks ago when I had surgery. Then I signed for motion.
That's odd. Yeah, they're definitely on. I'll double check
Well,
that
pretty
for
much
sure.
the surgery one's easy.
So,
if we fuck up,
I'll be right back.
You're on your own.
That's where doctors and mechanics, the doctors got it better off,
Yeah.
Doctors get to bury their comeback.
Yes,
it's
I
so
don't
hard
think
to sue
they
a
do
doctor.
remodeling,
You
though.
got to have another doctor agree.
They
like
might,
under
but
oath
I
and
have
shit,
other
that
ones
you were
for
so
you. Hang on just a
negligent
second.
it rises
Okay,
to
I think
malpractice.
K&H is just
and
windows,
it costs so much to have that
sidings,
done.
and
It's almost
doors.
never done unless there's
just so
deep,
you know, so
deep
they're great
pockets
for
and a
that
real
kind
big
of
fuck
stuff,
up.
But I don't
know,
think
they're-
I'm looking at their website. I'd
There are
feel
a lot
bad
of
if I
malpractice suits that go forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Did you ever
window
have one
sidings,
against
doors,
you?
and
Oh yeah.
roofing is what they
But
do.
I never
So
had a
that
bad
probably
baby.
would
use
be a great
pliers
fit for
instead
what
of the
you're
forceps.
talking
No,
about.
I never had a
If
bad-
you've got a pen, I'm
The
gonna
worst
give
thing
you a
is when you
couple
get a bad
phone
baby
numbers to
suit.
call.
Because then you're paying for care the rest of the baby's life.
Well, you're not. You're
First,
insurance.
I would call
Well,
Genesis
no, but
Total
yeah, but
Exteriors.
You're penalized forever.
It may exceed your insurance coverage.
Did you
No,
ever have
she's
one
in
of those?
Golden,
No, never.
so it wouldn't
all of the,
surprise
That's where the
me,
baby
and
is
I'm gonna give you
deformed
some
or
more.
something.
Right.
Never
in all deliveries I did.
And I'm
did I
and
have
just
a
so you
baby
know,
come out
I'm pretty sure
other than
High
perfect.
Plains Contracting.
But
He's
there was
in
a,
Broomfield.
but if you make a
and
mistake
I'm
in
pretty
surgery,
sure he goes
like
up
you
north. Let me
accidentally,
give you
Did
his
your mom
number.
get compensated?
Oh, tremendous. That's how I got to medical school.
I saw that one coming from.
Yep, 957.
But there was a surgical problem where we're doing a laparoscopy.
8014.
And we perforated the intestine.
So what's the fix?
And then I would also give you
I'll tell you,
AAA home
luckily, the guy who was
improvements.
covering for me, I was away. As soon as she called up, he sent it to the emergency room.
And I
The
honestly
biggest problem
don't
with
know
malpractice
if they
suits
go up to
is not the
Longmont,
error.
but I think
It's
they're worth
covering it
calling
up
and
and
asking.
not paying attention.
Yeah, but
to
what
it.
were the damages?
She missed work
Do
for a
you
month.
want their phone
A
number?
complicated-
Sepsis and everything, yeah.
No, I mean that could have been if it
Yeah,
wasn't taken
it
care
wasn't
of.
taken care of, yeah.
I'm
But
looking at the
Hope it
couple
paid
of
her a
phone
month's
numbers I
salary,
want to
that was the
give
end of it.
you.
Okay.
So try them,
But if the guy was covering
303-349.
me, didn't send her in. Then there's really
Yep,
that's where the
349-2078. And then
So-
also,
Just send you the
and I would also
What?
give you
I don't know
Valerio.
why you wouldn't
Now,
just-
they're
anybody who's
technically,
had
I think,
surgery
in the
that's calling in
spring,
for-
Yeah,
but
I
I
agree.
think
I mean, the
Send
guys,
them
their
the guys
base
I
is
covered
pretty
were
extensive.
terrific.
I know they come
So
up
it
to
was
Denver,
just-
so I
so
think they're worth
a
calling.
lady, one of my patients had a miscarriage. She came into the office, we did a D&C, everything was fine. She called up the guy that was covering for me.
All of them.
Not his
10 plus
nurse,
years.
Not his MA,
High
his
Plains is
receptionist
probably
that didn't even take
close
us
to
go to the
10,
ER.
maybe not
She went
quite
to the ER,
10.
everything was fine.
And then
She had a
AAA
bill
is
for
over 10 for
$4,000.
sure.
She called up,
Genesis
pissed
Total
off, blah, blah, blah.
Exteriors is over
I called
10, and I
Copic.
think they're worth
Copic
calling.
said,
Valerio
I
is
called her
more
up,
like
they
on the
said,
5-year
"What's-
mark
what do you
for
want?"
us.
I said, well, $4,000. They said, done. They paid the $4,000. They called up the hospital. I don't know what they did. They probably made some kind of a deal with them. But instead of having to go through the whole thing of depositions
Well,
and everything,
that's
which would have cost them $30,000, they paid the $4,000.
Which makes sense.
And that was the end of
probably
it.
paid two.
You,
They
thank
probably
you
paid
so much.
two of
Well,
them.
listen,
Yeah, Copic
know,
is
cut it back
Copic
to-
is
those
great when it
guys
comes to that.
don't work out.
If there's
and
a
you wanna
problem,
put the
they'll
word out
deal with
on
it
the air for some
proactively.
referrals. Or I would ask
But
that
that's like
High
in any
Plains
business,
guy.
you know, we
He's up
talk
far
about
enough
those
north.
problems. I mean,
He
the
might
problems
know,
are
like, have a good recommendation.
That's why I don't understand how
Doesn't
people
mean they'd be on the
go through
list,
business
but
doing
you know what
shopping
I'm saying.
Dodging freaking lances every freaking day. It is hard enough to do it
No,
the right way.
but there's a learning curve to managing a successful business. I mean, look at the business we were all in, or I used to be. How many technicians at one point, see how much you're charging
I'm
for
looking
something
here, hang
and
on just a
calculate in
second.
their mind, oh, I could do this for half price and make 5 times what I'm making
see
working
here
for
real
this guy.
quick for you.
And some of them go out
All
and do
the
it.
time.
They just don't. And I don't mean the basic shit like,
Just a second.
utility bills and that shit, but they just don't understand how to deal with customers in general, like going to your point. But ultimately, if they stick with it, and you're probably one of these guys, you learn to do it right, and then you become successful at it.
And what's just as important is how you treat your staff.
Well, yeah. Oh, God, especially nowadays when you can't find fucking staff.
My girls worked 4 days a week.
Yeah, but you've
got
never
paid-
worked with a room full of
Got paid for 5.
Oh, I know. It's like, get out of here.
And I told them,
Doc, I had a technician, when he got mad, he'd throw fucking wrenches at people.
No, I didn't.
I mean, like, no bullshit.
Well,
I mean, that was like how he came up.
Yeah. My girls never
We had a
took a
guy
day
in my
off.
towing business refused to shower. So the guy getting in the truck after him, and I just finally tossed it. You guys deal with it.
Mark had one of those
Gas
too.
to get this big
Okay, you with me?
water hose and a toilet brush.
Okay, I'm going to have to do this to
They
you
call it
again.
a fucking
I
blanket
don't
party.
know. Black Widow has been on our
We
list
had it
for
in my
a
computer
super
business.
long
We had a
time.
kid named Stinky.
Black Widow.
And I said, everybody here says he's stinking. Quite honestly,
like
you do, man.
20
He was only like 16,
I don't know
17.
if he does termites.
Worked after school. I said,
like
you got to
might.
take a shower, dude.
If
You
he
can't work here.
doesn't, he's
He was
been
good
in the
for like
industry
4
so long
days.
and in Colorado so long,
And
that
then
would
right
be
back to
another
no
one to
shower.
ask
Really?
for termites.
You fire him?
His number
I had
is
to. I mean,
303.
he fucking stung, dude. Customers
7
smelled him
You
everywhere.
stay in the store. You couldn't sit next to the fool.
A little bit behind.
Stinky.
Yeah, I'm hoping these pan out for you. I'm sorry if they don't, but I'm happy. Like if you can't find a
And I
termite
go
guy,
for 4 days. They got paid for
termites are
5.
that
Each one
common in
had 1 day
Colorado,
off.
are they?
I said, you take your kid to the dentist, you get your hair done, you get nails done. They never abused it. They loved the fact that they had a day. They knew 3 months in advance that Wednesday I could do,
Whatever.
It was the best thing I ever
I
did.
give all my guys a day off Sunday.
And Saturday, right?
Yeah.
We don't get.
The
Yeah,
good
we don't
thing
get
about not
many of
having
those,
weekends is
and I will say you made me think of a lady
you can
who
work
called us
everybody
about
5
6 months
days.
ago.
I mean, there's no
Bought
doubt.
a house, like
I'd have to
6
have,
months
you know,
later,
staff
found
it.
out
Yeah.
Just one more
like
day.
over
The only
100,
thing I ever made
1,000,
money on, and you guys really don't do it, you don't at all, on Saturdays, well, on Sundays for sure is tires, because I didn't have any techs. All I had was tire guys. But
Does
Saturday
insurance
was
cover
always my
that?
biggest tire day. We would take other stuff in, but I'd be closed if it wasn't for fucking tires.
But it's so hard to compete with discounts and Big O and their store brands and stuff. It's
Goodyear was pretty good back then. They gave us, we could compete.
Yeah.
But that was a national chain.
They all have their in-house brands that they can.
They were really good with credit cards back then
You're
because they would do that 0 payment and shit for a year.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh.
I'd be shocked people that could get their credit card.
Well, you
they
call
might
us
only give me
anytime, and thank you for
$500,
listening. You have a
but they
great
approved
weekend, and
almost
best of you with
anything
all
I
that
fucking
stuff.
ran through.
Sure. Bye-bye.
Welcome, my
I
friends.
like
Welcome to the
gangster.
only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer
like
questions,
that.
take complaints. Got any car questions today?
I'm
I love
frozen.
this. It's car day. We haven't had too many. We've had a few, but you got any questions? It doesn't matter if it's on buying a car, selling a car that's got problems. We have got Kevin Culkin, Sheridan Auto Tech with us, and Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. I want to say something about Kimmer. I've done business with both these guys. What's very impressive about Kimmer Transmissions is his pricing. You're going to get the best product out there if you need a transmission redone, a transaxle, anything to basically do with the drivetrain, exception of the engine. He actually has a lot of stuff that you do for different municipalities. You might have some units on the shelf. So in other words, if someone needs a transmission for a Chevy truck, you could have one there that you could put in within a few days. Am I crazy, or is supply chain kind of hurt that?
Supply chain has definitely hurt that. Trying to stay up on that. A lot of places now, depending on what you're trying to buy, you have to have a VIN and mileage before they'll even sell you the parts.
Oh, wow.
So keeping things like stock on the shelf has become extremely difficult to do.
I gotcha. Do you still do a lot of work for different municipalities?
We do.
How do you get more competitive? We've no other transmission shops that are good shops. I mean, they never rip people off. Everything's good about them. In fact, Kevin, you know one of them I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. Everything's good about them. But they tend to be a couple thousand higher than you across the line. Why is that?
It's just we do what we do it well, and we charge you a fair price for it. I don't need to knock everybody's head off.
Yeah, it's a great deal, man. Kimmer Transmission, Transmissions, Denver.com, and then Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech. When Lakewood Electric went out of business, you guys picked up some of their intellectual property. They had some stuff that's really cool, and then some of their electricians, which sounds a little weird because we're talking automotive, but you guys can fix any electrical problem out there.
Yeah, there's very few we can't tackle.
Which is crazy.
And we'll tell you when we can't. I mean, there's certain things we don't want to do, and we won't even bring you in for, but,
But pretty much anything a dealership does. I mean,
absolutely.
anything. Brake jobs, oil changes, alternators, starters.
Yeah, the computers, PCMs, programming, everything. Yep.
And you'll save them money.
Absolutely.
And then you got a warranty that's actually better.
Nationwide.
That's better than most dealerships, unless you're under manufacturer's warranty, of course.
Exactly.
A nationwide 3-year.
336.
336. So if Kevin does something for you here in Colorado and you drive out to California or you stop in Texas or wherever you are, they will get it done, and they'll get it handled, and you will not be out of pocket if it's warranty.
Plus hotel, whatever you need. Yeah.
Oh, no kidding.
Oh, yeah. No, it's fully inclusive.
It's fully loaded.
Yes.
Oh, you can't beat that. You save money. You don't void warranties. And then if you just need the maintenance, I mean, part of taking care of a car you're going to keep is a general maintenance. You're great on that.
Yeah, just keep an eye on stuff. That's all we got to do.
I remember you did some coils from me. You've done some tires. You've done a lot for me, actually. So SheridanAutotech.com, SheridanAutotech.com. Now, Robin, what is going on with Denver Auto Body, Robin?
Hi. So,
Hi.
On May the 4th, my granddaughter had a car accident, and it was just the fender. And then she dropped it off at Denver Auto, and that was September the 27th. And then she kept calling to find out what was wrong with the car, and let's see, they told her that what was wrong with. They told her what was wrong with it the October the 10th. But they had.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm already lost here. Hold on a second. You said the accident was May 4th?
Correct.
And then on October the 10th?
So she dropped the car off in September the 27th because they couldn't find insurance from the person that hit her. And then when they got it, she decided, well, I might as well go ahead and get it fixed.
Okay, so Robin, to clarify, though, it was someone else's fault, and
Correct.
You couldn't get the insurance information for months later on September 27th, but you did finally get the insurance information.
Correct.
And she dropped off the car on the 27th. Then on October 10th, they called you with what the car needed?
Yeah, she said that they called her and told her what was wrong.
Okay.
But prior to that, I went down there because they were ignoring her calls, as what I thought. Anyway, long story short.
Yeah, but from September to September 27th to October 10th, that's not that long for an auto body right now, just to get it in and do the estimate, contact the insurance company adjuster, get that done. So that doesn't freak me out on any level. So what happened?
It didn't bother us either. I'm just giving you time frames to let you know how this went. So anyway, the next thing, she got a call, and they had taken the car to Highland Ranch Infinity. I talked to a lady there. I don't know if I should say her name or not, but I talked to her, and she said, oh, yeah, I remember that car. And she told me what was wrong with it. She said it was the spiral cable and the Sterling angle thinner. And she said that the spiral cable was $500. The other one was about $1,900 to get it fixed. And
so hold on, though, one more thing here. So she brings it to Denver Auto Body. Denver Auto Body, I assume it's an Infinity, the car?
Sure, yes.
So they, for whatever reason, instead of buying the parts and doing it themselves, they send it over to the Highlands Ranch Infinity.
Correct.
The people
I asked him, why did he do that?
Well, okay, but hold on. But hold on. I want to clarify something else. The people at Highlands Ranch Infinity told you they did $1,900 plus $500 worth of work, so $2,400 worth of work to the car.
So I'm sorry. They said that that's what it would cost. They said that that's what it would cost if they had done it. But
okay.
So here's the point. The insurance company got involved, and they said that they weren't going to do it, and if they did do it, it would declare the car totaled.
Understood.
And so my granddaughter did not want it totaled, and so she told him, to bring it back. Now, the insurance person said, well, I don't see how, she said, as a matter of fact, what happened to that car, it couldn't have happened from just being a fender bender, more or less, to say that the Sterling angle thinner would happen. She literally said that couldn't cause it. And that Jolene, I said her name, she said at Highland Ranch.
I don't know if any of that matters if they're totaling the car. I mean, who really cares what happened? They're willing, the insurance company, if I'm understanding you, is willing to give you the value of the vehicle right now. I realize I realize she didn't want it totaled, but the value of the vehicle, whatever it is, they're willing to give her. So I don't think it matters about where the damage. They're willing to give her what the vehicle's worth. So there's
Is she
no
upside down in the loan or something?
Yeah. What's the issue?
No. So here's the issue. So the car, this is what we were trying to figure out. It goes in for just the fender.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, there's a Sterling angle center. Now, when I talked to the lady at Infinity, she said, "Oh, is the car running rough?" And I said, "No, we never had it done. We never had it done because my granddaughter did not want to pay the difference in what it was going to cost or something." I'm just talking.
But Robin, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but if you're thinking that they damaged it or intentionally damaged it or accidentally damaged it, bringing it over there or while they had it on the lot, I want to go back to something. It doesn't matter because the insurance company is willing to make her whole. I realize that's not her preference, but none of this matters. If the insurance company was saying, well, we don't think the accident caused this damage, so we're only going to pay $500, then we would have a problem. I'm not understanding what the problem is because someone is willing to make you whole.
Right. I guess, and I'm like secondhand here, so what I'm trying to say is that she didn't do it, and she didn't have the insurance do it, number one, and number two, it's not considered total because she was just going to fix it. So it was. So what I'm saying is
so
that
did
it was
she
fine.
end up getting nothing?
They did pay for the rest of the damage. They paid for it, and then she did get something. I don't know what. But my only question is, I know he said that she signed the paper that he could do whatever he wanted with it. But my only question is, if that damage was there, wouldn't she have noticed it between May and September, taking it in?
Well, that I don't know the answer to because, one, guys, help me out. I don't know what a spiral cable is.
Well,
it sounds like, the steering angle sensor and that. It probably got hit in the side and it damaged the rack and pinion.
So I guess the answer is it's possible, Robin. We don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
If that's your only question, I mean, I don't know. But I don't see any reason why any of it, once again, and I know you hate hearing this, if they were going to make her whole, here's what she should have done. She should have maybe fought for the value of the car. Maybe the car, if it's totaled, they were going to offer her how much? Do you know?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, see, we've got a company that could help get that value up. So if they were only going to give you $4,000 and the car's worth $6,000, I'm making numbers up, they can help argue that point and get you that money. But besides that, they were willing to give her what that vehicle's worth. So what I don't understand is why she has this car that should have been totaled. She should have taken that money and bought another car, because if she got the proper value from that car with our help, she would have been able to go out, buy another Infinity just like it with the same miles for the amount of money they gave her.
Okay.
You follow?
I do.
Some people get attached and they're like, no, I want to keep this car. But if you're getting the fair value for it, you should be able to purchase another like vehicle for that exact same amount.
Well, she was attached, but I have the car at my property right now, and the only thing that we were doing is I told her, I said, let me get it fixed.
Yeah.
And when I found out that it was going to cost $27.38, I was like, wait a minute.
It's not worth fixing.
I didn't know it was that much.
That's it, though. But that's exactly it. It's not worth fixing.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, I just got an email. It says spiral cable is the clock spring. The airbags probably came out. In case that helps you guys.
Oh, did the airbags come out?
No.
Oh.
Can that still be a problem, Kevin, without the airbags deploying?
Oh, sure. Yeah, because they won't deploy if the clock spring is defective.
Okay. So even if it happened, okay, it would be hard to prove that the insurance company...
Well, she said fender, so it's hit from the side.
So it could have happened.
And if it hit the wheel on the side, you can knock out the rack and pinion. You can do all kinds of damage.
Okay, so the bottom line is, once again, who knows?
Yeah.
But Robin, I would not have that car fixed. What should have happened is she should have got the value of the car. I mean, really, that's what should have happened. But unfortunately, now you're stuck with this car. So.
Well, the thing is that the Highlands Ranch Infinity said if you get those fixed, the car would be fine.
Yeah.
But my thing was that
Well, you know what? I'm going to give you. Hold on. I want to give you some advice. They were going to charge you $2,700 for the fix.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to give you some advice right now. Bring it over to Kevin. I guarantee he'll beat that price. I guarantee it. He'll beat it all day long. It'll be just as good, if not better, than what the dealer does. Hold on. Suzanne, make sure she has Kevin's number. That's a perfect example of when you don't get your car fixed at a dealership. Sure. Yeah. You can do that exact same job. How much do you think you can save? Or just total guesstimate, man.
It just depends on parts, Mark. That's the biggest headache we have right now is sourcing. If I got to source the same parts, it's going to be probably 10% difference.
Okay, but it's 10%.
Yes.
And if you can find an aftermarket part, you could save her 40?
I could save her 20, 30, 40%. Yeah.
All right, I love it. All right, check it out. 888 Heating and Air. I want to tell you this real quick. We call it Find Fix Free, $288, guys. They'll come out there. Any problem you have with your furnace, any problem with your furnace or air conditioner when we get to that season, for $288, they're going to fix it. That includes parts and labor.
Sheridan's
now,
phone
if
number?
it's something crazy, like the entire motor's out or the heat exchange, something crazy, what they'll do is not charge you a dime and give you an estimate. Find Fix or Free. They'll fix anything, $288. 888heating.com, 888heating.com. We'll be right back.
455-7242.
You guys should do that with cars.
I was just thinking that. That's pretty slick.
You just got to have that right. Like $299. It's got to be something where it does cover quite a bit of shit.
Gotcha. Well, I know you'd be in really good hands with
But
Sheridan
really what
Autotech
happens
Modestine,
is, I mean,
so definitely consider him, and I hope it all works out for you. As you said, your granddaughter or your daughter? I hope it all works out for her. She gets her vehicle moving and grooving again.
Century RV! Suzanne and I
Sheridan
love our RV. In
Autotech.
fact, I can't wait for winter to be over. We're going to hop in it. We'll probably do a 6-8 week trip. I don't care if you're new to the RV lifestyle, if you've been doing it for a while. What's great about Century is they have the best inventory around. You can actually call them up. You can go to their website, centuryrv.com. Their financing is unbelievable. You realize you can get into a travel trailer that you can pull with virtually any kind of SUV or pickup truck for guess how much? $5 a day. You need to check these guys out if you want to start digging the lifestyle. CenturyRV.com, CenturyRV.com. Now, I talk about Boonstra. You know who that is. They're a septic system company. They install new septic systems. They can repair any old system. They can do leach fields. They can do the tanks, the alarms, the float repairs. They can do the risers. They can do the inlet and outlet replacements. They can do anything there is with septic systems in the mountains, Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, Franktown, Elizabeth, you name it. They go there, and you're going to get the best price out there, and you're going to love these guys. They're honest people that give you great value, great price, and they can fix anything. Maybe that's slow drain. You don't call a plumber for a septic system. You call Boonstra Excavation, 970-278-6151. If you're out in Elizabeth or up in the mountains, tell your neighbors about these guys. SepticColorado.com, SepticColorado.com, SepticColorado.com.
I just need you to hang up and call me back.
Yeah, that lady was like, I mean, if they're offering her full price, people just don't get it.
Well,
you better own a body shop.
She let the granddaughter make the decision.
Yeah. If you own a body shop or a repair facility or something, fine. I mean, you know, you've got a cheap. But other than that, I mean, you're crazy.
But all this electronic steering and all this stuff, you get a little hit in the side, and you got
There you are.
$1,000 damage.
There you are, Troubleshooter Show. What's your first name?
Well, my truck,
Stephanie?
At a traffic light, the guy hit me.
Hi, Stephanie. In a sentence or less, what did you want to talk to Mark about on the show today?
Really?
$7,000. Wow. Yeah. Because the steering rack.
Yeah, do you got a car question? Year, make, and model.
Sensor sometimes in the column. I mean,
And the nature of the question.
The other thing is, like when I had some damage to the back of my
Okay.
car,
All right.
they said.
That's okay. That's all I need to know. Engine question. Hang on, Stephanie. You shouldn't be long
see.
here at all.
Right? Yeah, I mean, that's part of it.
But that's not the bumper you're seeing. That's the bumper cover.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
They had to take the duct tape off, too.
Yeah, on my car, yeah, they did. They gave me new duct tape, though.
Did they give you new duct tape? Yeah.
What's the name of, I can't think of the name of that water system.
Oh,
Well, the waterman, you mean?
No, I'm thinking of one of his competitors. the big
Halo.
one. What's the big water?
Culligan?
Culligan, thank you.
Oh,
Looking.
I guess he's not.
I'm
He's
just
not
waiting
on
for
the.
new car prices to go down and get a new car.
It's gonna be a while.
Going above and beyond.
Lost forever without you.
Prices are up on them too.
Perspective, Tool Slayer,
I got one
perspective.
for sale for you.
What?
It's a 86 Chevy Case 5 military issue Blazer.
Sweet.
$4,500.
You got a deuce and a half I might be able to get to?
I was telling Kevin I just picked up an 09 Pathfinder because the guy didn't want to pay the diag charge. So he handed me the freaking title instead.
He was not emotionally attached.
He was not emotionally attached. See, I'm almost done fixing it. I want to off it. The wife thinks, no, we need a third car.
No.
I'm like,
Don't even tell me about those.
I can get a lot of rental cars for $5 grand, $6 grand, $7 grand, whatever I can get for the damn car. I bet you I could probably get $7 grand for that thing right now.
At least.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Cars are stupid right now. Just when you think you're overpricing them, you add $2 grand.
Or when somebody shows up too fast with the money, you know you underpriced it.
I hate that. You quote a job over the phone. Yeah, go ahead and do it. Shit, you didn't even hesitate. Son of a bitch.
Well, I forgot the air cleaner. It'll be another $1,000. Whatever happened to that one from Holiday, by the way?
One from where?
Holiday?
Holiday.
Wasn't it Holiday Auto Care?
I can answer that. Mark?
Was it today?
I think it was yesterday or the day before. Yeah, I
Hold on.
remember.
Oh, go ahead.
Tom said we can't help her.
Oh, Tom can't help her? Why?
Tom killed the call. He says we can't help you.
I don't remember what it was.
Oh, it was a Subaru with the lights going on and
Subaru
off.
lights on and off. Is that the one you're talking about,
Yeah,
Jeff?
that's the Holiday Auto.
I wonder why we can't help her.
You'll have to ask Tom, but he was like, kill the call. We can't help that lady.
Oh, she was probably just plumb nutty. I don't remember it.
No. You weren't here for it.
Oh.
You're gone.
That'd
remember?
be why I don't remember.
Remember, you were gone Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
But they fixed it.
123, they're 9,000.
They fixed it because I remember I said to Tom.
Especially with the transmission.
I said to Tom, let's send it to Kevin. If it's an electrical problem, he said, well, it's already been fixed. So I don't know what the issue was.
Oh, I guess.
What he did.
Paul the Waterman! I got to tell you about something, Paul the Waterman. I just looked this up. You know, Culligan Systems costs up to $5,000 for a water system. $5,000 for a whole house filtration or a softener. You know what Paul sells them for? You ready for this? Whole house water softener under $2 grand. And you get an under-the-sink ultra-filtration system. So you have that pure drinking water inside of that price. It's crazy. He can save you so much. Have your water tested for free. You know, there's no high sales pitch or any of that. Get your water tested. It's either clean or it's not, and he'll tell you what you need done. Or it's hard or it's not. He'll tell you. 303-862-5554. Waterpros.net, waterpros.net. Now, gentlemen, car business real quick. You know, what do you think? If you could go back 20 years, we got a car question coming up. How long you been in the biz? How long you been in transmission business, Jeff?
Transmission specific since '91.
Oh my goodness! I mean, that's 30. What is that?
A long time.
That's basically.
I have a calculator on my desk.
It's when we got married, so I can go off of that. How about Kevin? How long you been in?
Since '88.
'88.
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, would you both take the same direction? Ooh, you should see the looks on their faces. I guess you could say that to anybody, and they do that.
Yeah, that's true. You know, and I always wanted to just stay small and simple, but it was hard. It just kept growing.
It just grows.
It's just, you know, and you take on more things. You get other techs that are good at something. It's
How
just
about transmissions specifically, Jeff? Would you have maybe done a shop that didn't focus just on transmissions, but one more like Sheridan that does?
No, I definitely prefer being specific.
You like that?
Yeah.
You're just really good at what you do.
Yeah, I mean, I started turning wrenches when I was 14.
Okay.
You know, and I found that this was the part of the car that got me excited. Maybe you actually want to work on it.
Let's see what Stephanie, her question is, but we do have a line open, 303-713-8255. You got any car questions, been ripped off, taken advantage of, 303 Martino. Give us a call right now. It's never too late. Do you mind if and you can tell me straight up, I'm asking you on air, but would you mind if I mentioned something about your old boss?
No, go ahead.
All right, I'm not going to do it right now, but it's very interesting kind of how you came into it. And I didn't like your old boss. I don't know if you knew that. I don't think many people did.
I think that it's been discussed a time or two.
Yeah, all right, hold tight. Stephanie, what is going on with you today?
Hello.
Hey, Stephanie, how can we help you?
Yes, I have a question. My check engine light went on, and so I ran it over to AutoZone, and they told me a couple things, whatever. And then I called Phil Long and gave them the exact thing, and they said they couldn't give me an estimate over the phone. And I called my brother, and he said, call Sheridan. So I called Sheridan, and they kind of gave me an estimate of $500 to $1,100. I was wondering if there's any way I can get more of a better estimate.
You bring up one great question I want these guys to talk about a little. And by the way, Sheridan Autotech, the owner of it, Kevin's right next to me. The problem with codes, and I learned this the hard way back in the day as a consumer and a automotive guy, you know what? They're nothing. I mean, it's like if you have a code like a misfire code, I'll use that as an example because someone called today on a misfire. A misfire code could mean what, guys? Just throw out different things.
Spark plugs, injectors, compression. Yeah, engine or
wires.
Spark plugs, wires if they have them.
I mean, we're talking literally a misfire code could be caused by so many different things. The code means nothing. How about a evaporative leak? How many things could that be caused by?
Couple hundred?
Yeah.
And some of them could be like cats. Could be what? $5,000.
Sure. Or
some of them.
It could be a $2 hose.
Or it could be a $2 hose.
Yeah.
So, Stephanie, a lot of people think when you go to AutoZone or anywhere and you plug that in and the code comes up, that it just doesn't mean anything. Now, there might be, I'll give you another one on an evap code. Your gas cap. The gas cap's loose. It could be fixed by clicking it. You didn't click it when you did it. So my point to you is, what code did you have? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was engine coil, or I think engine coil and a spark plug.
Well,
and a gas.
There's not. I'm going to go back to this. There's not a engine code that's going to say that.
No, misfire.
Yeah, it'll be that misfire code. So could it be one of the things you mentioned? It absolutely could be. But until they look at it, they have no way of knowing, is it A, B, C, D, E, F, G, or H? They just don't know.
That's the list that AutoZone gives you. It's probably a PO. It's a PO 3054456, something like that. And they run the whole list and the gambit of what it could be. That's the run out you get from AutoZone.
And then, of course, when they call you guys or any automotive shop and say, hey, I've got code blah, 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 how much is it?
Sure.
Well, you never know.
Yeah, it's pretty much like calling a doctor and say, hey, doc, I got this pain in my chest. How much to make it go away?
Yeah, no, that's a good analogy. That really is a good analogy, Jeff. So, Stephanie, so since you called Sheridan, I'll ask Kevin right here.
Yeah.
Typically, what would you do? She would come in and you would charge a diagnostic fee.
You have to verify which cylinder it is. I mean, some of the cylinders are buried underneath the intake, so you got to pull the intake off to get to the coil to check, and so there's so many variables involved.
Does that Explorer have that engine that'll blow a spark plug right through a hood?
No.
That's the F150s.
The
F150s.
Don't say that.
No, I've seen them come in, man. There'd be a big dent right up in the hood.
They do.
The spark plug blows out and dents the hood.
I've seen them come through the hood.
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
So, but typically she would come in, and how would this work if she brings it to you?
We would start with an inspection, and then typically the diag's 150. So from there, we can tell you everything that needs to be told and exactly how much it is.
We can
and then you approve it or not
in
approve
telling
it.
you the numbers they gave you. Because I don't want to draw a picture we can't maintain. I don't want to promise something we can't do, nor do I want to scare you away.
So what her guys did, Kevin might not even like what they did.
I don't like prices.
So what they said was, hey, here's what they were trying to say. Listen, it could be 500, it could be 1,100. But the problem is, depending on the code, that's not even true. It could be a loose gas cap. Your code's not going to be a loose gas cap, but I'm using that as an example. It could be nothing, and it could be something. So you just don't know. And it doesn't matter if it's Sheridan or a dealership or anywhere. That's why most places say, we're not going to quote you over the phone unless if you say something like, hey, I had it over to the Ford dealership. Let me send you over what they say I need. Can you guys beat my prices? Or something along those lines. People just don't do that. So, Stephanie, I'd bring it over to Sheridan. First of all, they're not going to steer you wrong. They're just going to do a good job for you, and it's going to be way less than any dealership.
Is your check engine light flashing off and on?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is your check engine light flashing off and on?
No, it just popped on. It flashed for a second, and then it stayed on.
Does the car seem to run okay?
Yeah, except for right between like 35 and 40, it feels like it's cutting out a little, but it drives fine, and I don't have any.
Well, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't feel like it's cutting out at 35 or 40.
Misfires can cause other problems as well as getting at catalytic converters and things will melt down.
Yeah, you don't like if you have an injector.
Don't drive it too long.
Yeah, if you have an injector or something leaking, I mean, you can cause a lot more problems. So I just get it taken care of whether you bring it to Kevin or not. You got to go actually have it diagnosed. AutoZone in these places, Napa, any of these places can't do it. They just can't do it. I mean, they're part stores. I mean, that's what we're talking about. They're not set up for it. But check out Kevin at SheridanAuto.com. I mean, it's simple as that. Go over there.
SheridanAutoTech.com. Mark, we need a break.
Oh, my God. Okay, hold tight. 303-713-8255. We do have a line open.
What would he do without you?
We'll be right back.
Keep going.
What would he do without you?
Well, was he just rolling?
I know. I knew you were not going to like that. I guess the right answer is $1 to the value of it.
More than $1 and less than
We'll be fine, Dragon. No one will care.
But
no one will.
She also may have hidden on to those numbers, ma'am. Until we check it out, we don't know. It could be 500. It could be 1,000. I don't know.
All right, I got to get my life together now.
You said it wouldn't be over 1,000.
No one's going to get fired.
Nah, just slapped.
No, because it could be really
Stephanie,
bad. In other words, it does come in and it does need a cat. And it's way more than 1,100. Then it becomes you told me the maximum was 1,100.
I mean, driving it long, you can fry the torque converter out of the thing, too.
Hi, Mike. In a sentence or less, what did you want to talk to Mark about on the show today, man?
So how much to fix that pain on my chest, by the way?
How much? Oh, depends.
Doc's got a deal. 83 or it's free.
Well, it depends if he's pregnant. Are you pregnant?
I just look it.
Okay. Hold on, guys.
Thanks for calling the Martino Show.
Okay.
That's what I love about surgery. You just go in and...
David Ellis Jewelers, you know what I love about these guys besides engagement rings and different customized stuff they do? They will actually weigh any precious metals you have. Maybe an old tangled necklace or even a necklace you simply don't wear anymore. How about a broken watch? How about coins like gold coins? These guys will write you a check on the spot, and it's a very fair price for your precious metals. They'll even buy gold teeth, and I'm not kidding, any precious metal. If you got a titanium hip, I guarantee they'll write you a check. You probably got to get it extracted before you go in, but you get the idea. These guys, fair, honest pricing for your precious metals. 303-322-8779. They're at 3rd and Clayton, or check them out at davidellisjewelry.com.
Dang, that's crazy. Well, that's why I don't own one, sir. You have a really nice day, and thank you. I'll tell the guys.
Yes, I'd like to put my hip.
Bye-bye.
How much will you give me for my hip? I wonder how they melt down titanium. My understanding is it's
hard to hear in like
pretty high. Yeah.
There you go.
High. Like, if you get incinerated or cremated,
it's still there.
The fucking hip is still there.
Yeah.
And then how many times, like your kids are generally going to be the ones dealing with you. I bet those people aren't honest. Like you find a fucking titanium hip.
Oh yeah.
Didn't run into
you keep it.
Yeah.
In the fox.
Well, you do what that lady did down in Montana.
Yeah.
Long hair,
Start selling
gray.
around.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
eBay.
Is he older?
Yes.
And how would I look him up? Shark?
1035 the Fox Shark.
1035.
Titanium is 3,034 degrees. And steel is like 2,200.
Really? Oh,
and gold is like 0.
I have run into him. I've seen him in the building Is he retired
You really
now?
think
I
that-
don't
that
see him
crap
that
about Tesla
often.
knocked him
They
down a
let
little
him go, but he was kind of pretty much done.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
the
I
stock?
have seen him.
Oh, just barely.
But,
Dude, I'm at Tesla. Most of my shares
I came in
at about
after dark, just
115.
plugged in my headphones.
I bought
You think
heavy.
it's done for a
I
little
keep
bit,
it
or it's
done.
doing one
Here's-
of its
here's
little...
my
No, it's doing good.
Sharks levels like
It's doing good.
gotta be.
I couldn't believe Tesla was down at that. That's one I finally dived into, man. It was like 130.
Yeah,
I bought a shitload of shares,
had
but before I bought them at
a bunch of
130,
ear infections
I'm
as a
I've done it,
kid,
what, 120?
and my parents couldn't
What,
afford
got
taking
down
me
to
to the
100
doctor that
after
much.
130.
And
right about
anyway,
100. So right at
that's what
130,
happened.
right before I bought them, I do research. I'm looking at their books, man.
Not over
They're
here. Not
fucking
yet.
solid. They got
But
cash
it's
flow, they
funny,
got
now
money,
that
they got
those new
everything. I'm
rules
going,
have changed
I
for
think they're
hearing
punishing
aids,
this
and you
fucking
don't
guy
have to
right
go
now
to
or
the doctor
something.
and have a
The Chinese
prescription
part
for
of
it.
it's a little
I think
weird.
I'm gonna
But
try it, 'cause
then
they're so
when it got
little,
down, so
people
I
don't
bought a
notice
lot.
them
But when
now.
it got down to like 105,
I got long
I said,
hair.
there's
I
no
don't
way
really
this is
wear
going
it
to break
back in
100.
public too much.
So
but
I bought
yeah, I had a
half
bunch
of what I
ear
bought at 130
infections.
to get my average down to about 119. And I've been sitting
Anyway,
on it, and
suffered ever since,
I won't
guess.
move it out of
But
my
I think I'm like
retirement
in
account
one
for
ear
a long time.
25% loss
Well, it doesn't have
in one
any,
ear. When I went to Costco or Sam's. One ear's bad, the other's
Dividend.
fine. Like when I lay one way, the TV's super loud when Mark's watching it. I
Aluminum
lay the other
Ford-
way, you
Ford's
can
an
barely
interesting
hear it.
one to look at. The aluminum's 1200.
That's the
steel is
loud one.
2200. And
Yep.
titanium is
Wait,
over
yeah.
2000.
That's crazy.
Well, the thing with Ford is the whole Ford company pays themselves.
Gotta figure it out. Gotta figure it
Yeah.
They don't take a salary.
Yes, this year I can hear better out of
So they're incentivized
But
to have strong.
So at least that's the one you put.
If
the
they
phone.
truly get into electric and do it successful, that could be a
And then I turn this one way up for my headphone
Oh, of course
here.
they have to.
Nobody can survive.
Damn, I'm so up against a break. I'm getting bitched out, I guarantee it on
5
YouTube.
minutes and leave again.
What's that?
You have to come back for 5 minutes. And
No, just a real quick one. One time I had like at the end of the day, I had like 4 in-house I had to do. So I did them. Yeah, baby.
I have an email question. It's a quick car question.
I'll ask you.
Okay.
Screw up in our air travel system.
Power outage JFK.
Man, we were at an airport so big it was
God, their dividend is up to almost 5%. Ford.
yeah, I know. I think at one point, I'm not positive. I think at one point it was 8%, but that's a long time
That was
ago.
a long time ago because they eliminated it through COVID and stuff.
I'll
My
tell you the
brother
one.
worked for them for 30 years.
There's one. I can't think of the company now. I think they're going to slash their. Is it Intel? I think it is Intel. They kept their dividend through the last earnings call. They sank so bad that their numbers were so bad. So I knew they were going to tank. So I was going to jump into them depending on how much they tanked. But when they didn't cut the dividend, I said no way because I'm going to jump in it. Then they're going to cut the dividend and I'm going to take it up the ass.
That would have been, yeah.
And I think they still will cut it. I don't even think their cash flow is looking good.
Marcus Lemonis. I can't believe his dividend.
Who?
Camping World?
How much?
15 or something ridiculous, 9, 10%.
Well, with diesel high, there is a reasoning for that. But these travel trailers and shit, I mean, they cost nothing now.
His dividend, 9.6.
Hey, we're coming back.
That's crazy, though.
Right on time for the next.
Well,
break.
actually, I mean, there's checking, not checking, but there's
You must
know,
love
6
us.
month, what do you call it? CDs for 5.
Yeah, the latest one I saw was 11 months for just shy of 6. Man. 5, 7.
You guys have been on the air for 40
It's crazy.
You're afraid to buy one.
There was a period of time we
Not
had nothing.
me. I'm
I mean,
39 next week, mister.
they almost charge you
Just
money to
stop
put
that.
money in the bank. All right, 303-7713, 8255, 303-713-8255. We do have time for some calls. I'm going to get back to the phones. We'll tell you about Compass Insurance real quick, compassinsurance.com. If you send over your declaration pages for your homeowners and for your automotive, if you have cars, which most people do, these guys are going to save you money. They're going to shop every good company out there and make sure you have the best. You have State Farm. You have some of these big companies that hold you hostage, and the only thing they ever quote is their own product. I guarantee you're paying too much. Farmers Insurance is one of them. You just got to check out. You got to check these guys out. They shop 28 to 35 different companies, depending on the line, and they're going to give you the best rates out there. Most of the time, they'll save you money and get you better coverage. CompassInsurance.com. Now, Let's go to eeny, meeny, miny,
Can I ask you an email question?
Yeah, what's the email question?
Is it common for check engine light to come on after taking the car in for emissions test? Car is a 2016 Jeep Renegade. Is there something I can do for this besides taking it to a mechanic?
You can try to pull codes, go to an AutoZone and pull codes and try to see, maybe they left the gas cap loose or something as part of the test.
Oh, that would be... Do they test? Do they open the gas?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, that's right.
They're looking for the restrictor.
They pressurize it, right?
And they pressurize the cap to make sure it holds pressure, yes.
Boy, that'd be interesting. But generally, if it's a gas cap, am I correct that once it's sealed back right, that light will go off?
Eventually. It's got to go through a series of restarts and other tests. But
okay, so it's not instant.
It's not instant.
But if they brought it by to an AutoZone or wherever, I hate even saying this after that last
we
go.
just chewed them out, yeah.
Yeah, but if it does turn out to be a gas cap or an evap leak,
code, I would suspect a bad cap or loose cap.
Can those guys actually reset it right there, or they won't do that?
No, there's no. You can't reset it because it has parameters and a drive that it has to go through to reset itself.
Okay,
it's called a monitor. There's monitors in the computers that you can't bypass.
So it could very well fix.
They can clear it so that it'll turn off the light, however, but it'll store inside the memory.
It'll store in the memory, and then if the light comes back on, the problem's still there.
Right.
And then if it goes off by itself, the problem's cured itself.
Yeah. Check his gas cap first, and then get complicated.
That's a good one. 303-713-8255. Mike, what is going on?
Hey, Mark.
Hey, man.
And fellow gearhead. I needed to bounce off. I want to bounce off this off you guys. I'm probably going to purchase 2008 Nissan Optima. It's a nice
from an individual.
The low mileage. Yeah, from a private party.
Okay.
But one thing I'm curious about, and it won't be a deal breaker, is I took it in, had my mechanic give it a look over, and he diagnosed that it's probably got a slight leak on the oil cooler component, and I've never come across any modern cars that had what's called an oil cooler.
Oh, okay. Hold on. That brings up some other stuff, but I got to take this break or we'll run up to the hour. So hold tight, man. I promise we'll come back to you next. Everybody hold on.
Who are you? What are you doing with Mark?
I think all of them. And then if you have a truck or something pulling something, can't you add
a transmission oil?
Oh, he's talking engine oil.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm assuming.
He is talking engine oil cooler.
That little aluminum.
Yeah. Most of them anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're running a lot higher heats.
Those coolers are nothing cheap. Those engine coolers, probably $400-500.
Yeah, but if it's just a leak, it could also just be the formed gasket or something. Yeah. Biden thanks Fetterman for leading by example.
Do you see how bad he is now?
Jesus Christ.
Wasn't he diagnosed with something crazy?
He had a stroke.
Well, he had a stroke before the election, but now
he's in there for clinical depression.
Yeah. Hold on a sec. I thought it was some frontal lobe, but I might be mixing that up with Bruce Willis.
You're right.
Oh, I thought that's who he was talking about.
So you think I am?
Oh, frontal lobe. Yeah.
All right, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. This is really important information. There's a lot of things that have to do with retirement most people don't think about. I'll give you some examples, and these are things Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies will deal with you on. But outside of just what your money's invested in, whether it's a 401k or a SEP if you're, you own your own business, but you got to think of when you start taking money. You got to think of the health care ramifications when it's time to switch over and get on the Medicare. How about the tax ramifications? Should I take money from a SEP? Should I take money from my 401k first? Maybe you have a Roth, which might not have any tax consequences at this point. And then, of course, what income am I going to continue to have? You want to retire safe. You want to retire with as much income as you can, but you still need to have growth after that to keep up that way of life you want. So I want you to call these guys. Just talk to them. They're absolutely wonderful people. If you haven't talked to what I call a money guy, these are the right guys to talk to. They're fiduciaries. They're going to steer you in the right direction. They're going to take care of you. They're going to tell you all about their products and their comprehensive approach to retirement. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. Now, Paragon Services got me 70 grand. Why? Because when I had a hail claim on my roof, my company said, you don't have enough damage. We're not giving you a nickel, Mark. I called up Matt with Paragon Services. I ended up getting a check, no kidding, $70,000. If you think your homeowner's company or your business insurance, your building insurance, your commercial policy are not treating you right on a claim, you need to call Matt up for free advice. It's going to be the best call you ever made, just like it was for myself. 719-726-0020. Matt with Paragon Services, 719-726-0020. You're still dealing with fire damage from up in Boulder. You're dealing with any kind of flood issues, frozen pipes, and your insurance company is not doing the right thing. Get Matt involved. 719-726-0020. That freaking guy made me blow my wad second hour. Bastard. I started plumbing in 2006 when I graduated. Prove it.
Well, he doesn't have a license, but he's a master plumber.
Well, he said he has a license.
I got my master plumber's license in 2016.
Right, he said he had a license.
Yeah.
And then at the
very neighbor, he had his, he wasn't using it.
I found a master plumber's license in 2016.
When I was digging in the toilet.
There's so many of them, though. I think that's what Plumline was getting at. You know, they just hang a master license from somebody who's, you know.
Well, it's like anybody with a pickup truck and a lawnmower.
I find it almost impossible to believe this guy's got a master's.
He doesn't even look old enough.
I find it hard to believe he graduated from high school in California.
You have to have X amount of hours or something to get national. So
yeah, I guess
well,
it's possible.
They don't hold you back in California anymore.
Yeah, I know. I don't think you even take tests.
Yeah.
We're raising a bunch of
maybe
undereducated people, to say the absolute least.
I forgot what college they were talking about. The professors are no longer having hard exams because they're afraid of getting canceled.
So law schools, I think, starting in 24 or 25, no more LSATs.
What?
You don't have to take LSATs anymore.
Good God.
You know how many people are going to end up going in and they're going to fail out because they just have no comprehension of any of it? They're just going to go, oh, I'm going to go to law school.
And a degree doesn't necessarily enforce the fact that you know what you're doing, but it's a good indicator.
Well, it's getting to the point where I think you can make more money in almost anything. Besides, well, that's not true. You're always going to have doctors and lawyers and stuff. But, I mean, just coming out of college with what? A degree in what?
Ooh,
language arts? I mean, what the hell does it do?
Psychology or music theory?
Yeah, teachers don't make shit.
I'm sure you've run across guys. They're doctors. They passed all the tests, and they're walking idiots.
Hi, this is K-How.
Well, you finish your first in your finish first in your class or last in your class. They still call you doc.
They still call you doc.
Yeah, fair enough.
We get a lot of solicitations. Like 8 out of 10 calls on those lines are solicitation based.
As hard as it is,
We get calls
as hard as it is
that
getting into medical school, it's harder to flunk out. We had 3 students flunk out the first year. They're all young black women who got there on affirmative action.
That's why, yeah. But yeah, that was
who should've
senior
been in
care
there
or something.
that could have been
It
practicing
sounded like a
medicine
recording. It was one of
and
those.
helping out society.
It tricks you to think you're talking to someone, but
Lower standards, you
Yeah.
run the risk. Yeah.
How it should
Just
work.
remember this guy.
Someone
I was
that
one of those
can do
identified as a black woman.
is
taken
given
to
that
medical school.
opportunity.
this guy says you aren't a master until you have 20 years in your trade. But I don't know if he just means that like.
All right, I got to tell you one more time, 888heating.com. Find Fix It or Free. They'll fix your furnace. $288. That includes parts, labor. If they can't do it, you don't owe them a nickel, and you'll get a free diagnosis. They call it Find Fix or Free, $288. Check them out at 888heating.com. Write that down. Simple, simple, simple as that. Now, let's go back to this guy on buying a Nissan, and he was talking about oil cooler lines or transmission cooler lines. Do you know?
No, actually, Mark, it's a separate component, and I don't know if it's just particular to Nissan. It's just a mechanic just calls it an oil cooler, just supplementary.
Oh, the cooler itself.
The engine cooler.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, they're pretty they're pretty common on most of today's vehicles. They're running thinner weight oils and they're running temperatures higher than they have in the past. So they're trying to keep that oil cool so it doesn't break down on you. So it's very common.
Okay.
What's the approximate cost, you think?
On an Optima, depending on which engine he's got, the cooler could be $500-600, maybe $700. It's probably an hour to an hour and a half labor.
So under $1,000.
Yeah,
but it sounds like it's not a cheap deal.
It's not a cheap deal, but it could just be the gasket where it mounts onto the side of the block. I mean, there's a lot of different places where it can leak. It's not necessarily a big problem.
So, Mike, I mean, what I would do is I would call up someone to actually diagnose the car or bring it, Sheridan, you guys do pre-purchase.
Oh, yeah.
Jeff would look at it and give you an estimate on this.
Norris over at SOS.
Or you call up Norris, who will come out and look at the entire car for under a couple $100 and give you plenty of ammunition to get the price down or whatever you're trying to achieve. But you'll know what's wrong with the car, man.
Yeah, I've got a buddy he's a pretty good master tech. In his opinion, it probably was just gasket the sealer. If it's just that simple fix? What kind of price range do you guys think?
So it would be R&R, right? What is that?
It'd be an R&R plus the gasket. So, yeah, I mean, you're probably talking an hour or two's labor.
Yeah, so a couple $100, man, maybe $3.
Okay.
All right.
That's kind of the range I thought. It's a great deal, but I just had never come across
Yeah, I would actually, I mean, whether it's your buddy or whoever, man, you should have someone diagnose which it is, though. I mean, you really should, Mike. I mean, whatever you're spending on this car, plus you should get peace of mind of everything else that could go wrong with it and what's going on with it. It's so worth the investment buying a used car. I don't care if you're buying it from a family member. You want to know what's going on. I need to remind everybody of Anthony Carroll. In my opinion, this is a big snake. This guy brought over the wrong furnace to a woman. He took $3,500. The furnace that he brought over was not made for a mobile home. You cannot put a regular furnace in a mobile home. It's extremely dangerous. She called him out on it. He took the one he brought over and took it away. He kept her $3,500. When we called, he thinks he's entitled to it, I guess, because she didn't want to finish the job with the furnace that could have killed her. His name is Anthony Carroll. If you would call him up for us on behalf of the show, on behalf of me, and say what is going on, this woman needs her $3,500 back, and have him call the show and justify it in any way. Anthony Carroll, 720-751-7592. Text him, call him, let me know what he says next week. 720-751-7592. Anthony Carroll, go to our YouTube channel. Talib, put it up at the end. Keep it up. Put up his mugshot. I call it a mugshot. It looks like one of this guy. Put it up for us there. Go to YouTube, search Troubleshooter Show. Kevin Calkins, Sheridan Auto Tech, thank you. Jeff Vick, Kevin.
Nuts.
Jeff Vick.
Nuts.
I never get any thanks.
Jeff Kimmer, Vic Transmission.
Yep, not the worst thing I've been called today.
No.
We've been married, must be car day, 30 years, and not once have we ever called each other a name.
Oh, yeah, right.
There's always been multiple.
And we've never almost killed each other either.
Never a hiccup, never a whistle.